and it will be posted on the BC Alpine website as always. So yeah, so if you have anything, if you want to chime in, just always feel free. You can put your hand up, or you can put something in the chat, and we will definitely get onto that. Yeah. So starting out, let's see how this works. I've prepared a starting quiz. So for the let me bring up, let's see how this I'm still getting this.
Check the polls in the top.
And then launch. So to previous. So how do I start this?
Share at the bottom, looks like it should be right.
Yeah, here we go. So this should come up as a pop-up. Oh, there we go. Launch. There we go. Now we
Hold on, I don't think that's, oh, there it is.
Is it there now?
Now it is, but yeah, it's just sharing in a weird way. You shared your screen as well.
Yeah, this is why. So if I get out of this, will it go stop sharing? There you go. Right? Is it there now?
I still see the poll on my computer.
Okay.
Hopefully everybody else does.
So I think so. If I just get you guys to do this poll to start out with, and then we're gonna go over the answers at the end. You can just click through this on your end. This is what I understand from how this works. This is my first time working with this, so
Guess I can log in on my phone.
you can log in on your phone. I can bring it up here as well. We do not see the.
If you go to BC Alpine calendar, you can join the meeting through the calendar link.
Or the email that there was an automatic
Nothing is
email.
on the screen, Kevin. How come?
Okay, if you don't see the poll, click on polls in the top. If you see it on Teams, it came up on my screen. I'm hoping it was supposed to show up on everybody else's as well.
Kevin, I've got a link to the poll in the version, but my computer says it doesn't have that in this version of Teams. So you might have selected something that not all of us can use.
Okay, it should have been installed when you joined because we set it up for the meeting. Some people are answering.
Yeah, we do have some replies here, so.
Because memorize rules.
Yeah, should have possibly run this ahead of time just to make sure it's
Oh,
working.
I know. I was thinking of that when I got to
Software 101 test.
Submit a protest. But it's gonna be taken.
Yeah, if I need to find the answer, I just look for him on the course.
why did this? Where's my poll now? Why is it gone?
My Teams isn't working.
Is there a way to show us the pictures of the poll so we can answer on paper at on our side and then maybe?
I think that Mark is sharing it on the screen right now. It's coming up as my on my shared. I'm hoping you guys are seeing it as well. There are 4 questions on the poll.
So this is the first question is the father of a racer authorized to submit protest? Yes, no, or only if he's a member of an NSA. Second question is during jury inspection of a slalom course, you realize that the delay gate is missing. What would your reaction be? There might be more than one answer correct as well. Reset the course and add the delay. Discuss with jury and propose to leave it as it is. Agree with the current course setting. This is a trick question. Just saying. Is the Longinus TL50 005 homologated for Alpine competitions? Yes or no? So that one you would have to look up on the homologation equipment. And the racer comes to a complete stop, gets up, and proceeds to run the course and finishes. According to the rules, the racer will be disqualified or sanctioned. Give everybody a few minutes here.
Had exactly 15 responses to each of the questions so far.
Yeah, I can't figure, it doesn't seem to, I can't seem to figure it out how to do it from here.
So some people are having no problems, other people aren't having it working. So perhaps it's a fail on this go, but
We will
Hope
try to
everybody will play
try
along.
to get this going
Great idea.
next year. It's like it's just getting everybody thinking.
Not cut off on my phone. Good idea.
And being out for a couple of years, I find most of the questions tricky.
CD says there's a direct link in the chat flow of the web browser to answer. Oh yeah. If you scroll up on your chat, indeed, I'm looking at the chat online and there is a view poll button that you can click to make the poll pop up on your screen. So those of you that haven't seen the poll yet, look in the chat window, which is a button that's on your Teams app. And on the chat, scroll up because a lot of us have been chatting in there and you may have to scroll up a bit, but there is actually a Mark Schwenk via polls 1208, view the poll, and now we're getting more responses coming in.
Oh, I,
So you can click the view poll button and from there start answering the questions.
and I just signed in at 12:11, so it doesn't show it yet. I
Oh, because
was-
you signed in after it
Yeah, I was
started.
gonna say, you have to maybe if you put the poll back in the thing for anyone who signed in afterwards.
Yeah, okay, so that could just be because we had people signing in after the
Okay.
poll was already launched.
Can I relaunch that poll?
Just a little problem solving there.
It is cool. Someone figured that one out.
This is still comes up at live, so to see what this is. Close export response, close polls. I can't seem to relaunch that.
That's annoying.
No, I think once it's launched, it
Yeah.
might just be it.
Yeah, I don't think I can relaunch that.
No.
So sorry. We'll do better with the second one. We have got 3 altogether, 4 altogether. So there's more opportunities of doing it right.
Funny because I joined on the Android Teams app and even though I showed up late to the meeting, I can still scroll out and see it, but it could be because I'm also logged in here. So I might be cheating because I have access to the history.
Yeah,
All right, I think I close it now. Do we get any more? Where can I see the results actually?
you click in there and it's
Response
View results.
details.
view results.
Just so
That's
too much. I just want the bar.
yeah, there was a view results. Is that top there?
Yeah, there you go. I think that. Here we go.
That's the one.
So majority on that first question is no. I mean, there's only 19 responses, but the majority is no. Okay, interesting. And then on this one, the majority is to discuss with the jury and propose to leave it as it is. And wow, this is going yes. And disqualified. Okay, let's bring up that presentation here.
The response is it shows checks and X's. I'm just presuming that the checks are the ones that are the correct ones.
That is correct.
Okay.
Well, we're just going through the quiz.
Just so you know, you're not sharing your screen yet on Teams.
I'm not sharing my screen yet on Team. Okay, let me just
Just tap open the Teams app and then
Also present in Teams button.
if you just share the whole screen, that would be easier.
fuck.
Give us a second here, guys.
Technical difficulties.
Top right share.
Sure, there. I
Just
thought
do the whole screen. It'll make it faster
Sure.
and easier.
Sure.
Screen.
Share screen there.
At the top, click share sound. Oh, you go back to the top there. Just make sure you're sharing sound if you have videos.
Okay, I don't have videos on this
Not
one.
on
I
this
have,
one, on
I
the
have
next
some.
one then.
I have
Okay.
some later. So I just leave it as this. So shall I bring it down?
That's what we're getting now.
I'm just gonna.
You should be seeing the same thing that's up on the screen here, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Word now.
Oops. Let me just minimize this. Extend, right? This is. No, it doesn't work. Duplicate that. I just duplicate.
You're sharing, well, Ascending made two screens, and that was the one that you were sharing the TV up on the wall.
Just F5.
Fun?
When you did the extend,
Yeah.
you were sharing the one that was up on the wall, and your screen was not being shared.
Oh, okay.
That would have worked if that's what you were looking for.
Well, it's okay.
Okay.
I leave it just like this.
Perfectly fine.
So I just go in. So is a father of a racer authorized to submit a protest? This is slightly a trick question. Because it really depends on if he has any other function than being a father, right?
I was gonna say, is he the racer's coach?
So this is FIS's response to this question. It's yes.
Being a father doesn't say it, doesn't eliminate you.
And also if he's a member of the NSA.
I thought it was mandatory you have to be a member of the NSA in order to put a protest forward. Is there not a rule about that?
Well, here's the rule. The authorization is 645 on the ICR. The following are authorized to submit protests: National Ski Association, trainers, and team captains.
So the father bit is irrelevant in some ways.
In some ways, yeah. If he's just a father, then definitely not. But the thing is, if he's one of the three there, then he is.
Completely unrelated,
Yeah.
same member can walk in and make a protest for somebody who's completely unknown.
Provided they have a rationale and $100.
Yeah.
That they're willing to lose. We accept your money here.
Yeah, so there are, if he's a member of a national ski association, you are allowed to put a protest in.
Well, it doesn't say that, it says the association.
Yeah,
I thought it was a member of the.
but this is,
Well,
no, it's
that's not what it
just
says.
at 645, it just says that those,
National Ski
it says
Association.
exactly this, what's up there.
Because association is
It's
protesting.
an interesting, what exactly does that mean?
That is interesting. That could
Well,
be
it's a national-
working with Alpine Canada, because they're the NSO.
Association has to be really complex association.
But this is the reply from FIS, so FIS interprets this rule this way. Like I, this is not something I made up in the darkness of my bedroom there, so, this is coming from FIS, so I would say that's their interpretation of it. So during the jury inspection of an entry league
Before we
slalom-
jump past that
Oh,
one, does that not then mean that,
Yeah.
according to our poll answer on question 1, 70% of people answering that poll got it wrong?
Yeah.
I don't like the question.
It's like all the questions of these things.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of the question. of these things. It was straightforward. Wouldn't the point
We,
of asking
we, we need, you know, it's just too boring otherwise, you know, I mean, just,
Absolutely.
the next one is funny as well.
But to say the next one, we didn't do as bad, but we sure as heck didn't get 50%.
So during the jury inspection of an entry league slalom, you realize that the delay gate is missing. What should your reaction be? Reset the course and add the delay. Discuss with the jury and propose to leave it as it is, or agree with the current setting. So
I'd look at the clock first.
here are the responses.
What time of morning is it?
It's actually a damn good answer.
You know.
Yeah.
So 803.2 says it's mandatory to have at least one delay in the slalom. But C is also right. Because, and this is something we won't have that much in Canada, but if you're in a 3-run slalom, there is each run must include at least 2 of the following combinations: vertical, hairpin, or delay gate combinations. So a 3-run slalom is perfectly legal to run without a delay gate. The places where you do 3-run slaloms are indoor facilities because of the short vertical. So instead of doing a 2-run slalom, those are all 3-run slaloms. So you can, so in this case, you can agree with the current course setting.
So we had one question from the audience. JF from Red is asking, can you reset without the presence of a course setter?
Yes, you can.
Sure.
Because the jury can make that decision. The easiest way is to get the course setter involved, because otherwise they get often ticked off. But it is in the jury's realm if the course is not legally set. You cannot change, like, other than for security reasons, a course that has all the legal requirements. The jury has no right to reset that.
But as a jury member, you can, or as a jury, can request a reset if.
Yes,
For
yes.
several reasons. No.
Yeah, it's basic. It comes always down to either safety or technical requirements, and this is a technical requirement. So if the course setter is not available, you can, as a jury with the referee, reset this. Any more questions about that one?
Is there any way to kind of, is there any other exception rule to make B also be allowed? Like, can a jury and
No, there really for B, there's really nothing in the rules for B to make it legal.
Got
Okay, so because it says in the rules it must contain it.
right?
So you as a jury, the moment you let the slalom run without a delay, this slalom will be protestable and the results will be protestable because it's not a legal set. So then this could bite you on the backside, and somebody didn't get the result that they wanted from it, and say, we protest, there was no delay in this slalom.
Mhm.
And you can see from the results if there was a delay, because you have the number of gates and you have the number of turns, right? So right from the results you can see if it was a legal set or not.
So if there was a protest that the delay was missing, what would the resolution be?
After you run the race,
Yeah,
so if there was
Chose B and then ran it.
So the thing is you can appeal to FIS or ACA depending on what race level you are. You can appeal the results of the race, and if the technical requirements were not met, the race will not count for any kind of points or results. So that normally is what's happening.
Comment from chat on that is just make sure the reset of gate honors gate spacing rules.
Yeah.
Still has to be legal.
But it's normally not that difficult to throw a
doesn't help if
delay
you make it illegal
into a
setting.
slalom.
That one, by the way, we had 60% of our online poll fail. Hopefully we'll do better on the next one.
I think this one we had most of the people. So
Yeah, 70% success.
the Longinus TL5005 is homologated for the FIS Alpine competition.
Good
Yes,
luck
it
buying one.
is. Pardon?
Good luck buying one.
Well, it's just where do you find it? It's in the timing book under homologated timing equipment.
Now, did you put that one in as a bit of a trick because it only has 1/1000th of a second on its
The
yeah,
FIS puts that
chronometer.
in. Yeah, it's interesting because it's the one that has the least precision on I think all the timing equipment.
There's
Is that
about
correct?
6 or 7 current devices that are homologated that are now out of precision. And those are the only ones that are currently timing out. In other words, they didn't all get pushed forward to 2030 this year. They are at 2028 or 2027, and they are going to time out as of the last date that they have homologation. This has been adding years to all of the equipment that still matches their qualification. Every year they're pushing them forward to the 5-year plus, but anything that's no longer within precision is slowly aging out, but we're still technically allowed to use it until it's off the homologation list. Excuse me. But yeah, 2028.
Yeah. So there it is. So still valid till 2028. The last question does not come from FIS. That one I did at home. I always bring that up in officials courses to just get people kind of wrapping around their brain into the ICR. So a racer comes to a complete stop, gets up, and proceeds to run the course and finishes. According to the rules, the racer will be
DQ.
So basically, if you look up the rules, it's 628.8. So penalty will apply if a racer comes to a complete stop and proceeds on, I think it says there. Can't remember the exact wording. 628.8 continues the race after committing a gate fault or after a complete stop or violates the rule of loss of speed. So how do we get now from this to, because normally what you see is a disqualification, correct? So 628 is a penalty. So then you have to go into the penalties, which is 223.3. And then under 223.3.2, just on the next page, it says racer can there are extra penalties for racers, and one of them is disqualification, which is the 223.3.2. And then I brought the 223.3.4 up as well, because there's another thing that needs to happen for a penalty for a racer to disqualify. With a penalty is the racer needs to have taken advantage out of this. And in this case, both of those apply, which then leads to this disqualification.
So the sanction leads to a disqualification.
The sanctioning leads to should lead to a disqualification. I mean,
does it not then
there is no
right that they are disqualified?
Because
you marked it as sanctioned as being the right answer.
What? Because you don't have to.
You don't have to disqualify them.
it leads to it's
Yeah, the other three, look at this one, it says may. All competing competitors may be subject to the following additional penalties. The first being disqualification.
Diana
Impairment of their
from
starting
Big
position.
White also piped in saying that, so both are right. And technically, that's the way I'm understanding what you're saying as well, is it sounds like there's a possibility both answers are technically correct.
if you go that way. But I mean, as a jury, you could decide that disqualification is not.
So our understanding is the sanction's mandatory, the disqualification is optional but highly probable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because the penalty is a jury decision, and it's kind of I've always found it a funny thing that because disqualifications are under 629.
Yeah, there's other. Yeah, 629, page 69.
Yeah, because 629 deals with disqualifications.
So that interdiction to continue thing is not a disqualification?
It's not in there.
Okay.
There's three reasons for disqualifications under the 629. It's participates in a race under false pretenses, jeopardizes the security of persons or property, or causes actual injury or damage, and do not pass through a gate correctly or does not start within the time limits defined. So false start and the wrong gate passage are automatic disqualifications. The stopping rule is not in there, and I have never understood why FIS has not put it in there.
Why didn't they put it there? Yeah.
So this is just my to me, like, automatic disqualification is not the right answer. It should lead to that. I totally agree with this, but it's not technically a
So you could have,
disqualification.
the jury could choose an entry-level race, for example, the first one of the
Yep,
year
To give a verbal
to
reprimand.
just tell the person, let the kid go. But they couldn't do that with incorrect passage.
No.
We should discuss all these cases as a jury at the end.
I personally think you almost need to make a jury decision if if somebody comes to a complete stop. Like, what I take out of this kind of particular rule is that if a racer comes to a complete stop and you want to disqualify him, you need to make jury minutes and you need to make a jury decision on that because the penalty will be done by the jury, right? It's the jury's prerogative to apply that
So
penalty.
if there's no jury minutes and the person protests it,
But we've been making such a fuss about that the last few years with the change to the rules where you're no longer allowed to stop during the race.
Well, and yeah, I know. But this is why I always bring this up, because it's to me it's been convoluted in the ICR of how they actually deal with this.
no, it's a good one.
Right?
I think a lot of
Mark,
these
question
changes-
for you.
Yeah.
If they had said that the penalty is automatically a disqualification, is this the possibility that would be the only penalty they could give? Because by leaving this open to a sanction, if somebody missed the gate but continued to finish, you can you can disqualify them for missing the gate, but also sanction them for racing the course after having straddled or missed a gate, for instance, like NORAM's applying the additional start positions if you straddle the course.
Yeah, but that is correct. But you could say it's FIS has said that if you commit a gate fall, that's an automatic disqualification. If you come to a stop, that's to me it should then read, if you come to a stop, it should be an automatically disqualification, and then you can, because FIS then goes on, if you continue after a gate fall, penalty will be applied. To me, it's like here you didn't say you have to disqualify them. It's just saying you penalize them. Because if you do it this way, if you say you come to a complete stop, you're disqualified. If you put that under the 629 disqualification, then you can still say if you continue on, you will be penalized. The same as you do on the gatefold. And you can still apply the monetary fine.
And we have two from the chat. First one from Diane. Could be an automatic DSQ if a safety issue, if the racer is stopped for too long. Could it be?
Yeah, you
Automatic
could.
DSQ. If the
I
racer
mean,
is stopped too long?
yeah, I mean, but I mean, we basically say as soon as you come to stop, you're not supposed to continue any longer. So
Second one from our good Kootenai Zone chair. Isn't it part of the provincial rules?
I don't think it's in the QIS.
I don't think it was in the QRS. I don't recall that being added to the QRS. I thought it was just pertained as being a new FIS rule.
Yeah,
That's a good thing to check.
we'll go over the QIS.
We've got,
No hydrant slow with GS.
Next
Yeah.
question would be, would stopping and then continuing count as a quote, an advantage, unquote, rather than the disadvantage of not finishing at all? That's an interesting interpretation.
Depends on the run, you're not on a panorama, that's. And then go carefully.
Physical disadvantage to continue. As well as Matthew Sear jumped in with some quotes of 628.8, 614.22 are the interdiction rules, as well as 614.23. So 628.8, 614.22.
Yeah, 628 I had, and then 614 the
Two.
Three of them.
Yeah, and 614.23.
yeah. But nothing in this says this must be disqualified. It just says it. If a competitor comes, it's basically interdiction. They're not then. They must not continue skiing on.
Well, what's the point of having a rule if it's not a disqualification?
I know. I'm not Mr. Fizz. I'm just telling you how the ICR, how I find the ICR in some cases really kind of sketchy, because we all like, frankly, and you can see it on the results of the poll as well.
80% of people got
We all think, yeah, it's disqualification, the same as somebody misses a gate, right?
So
And it's not under the same rule.
So the learning on this one, as I see it, is if we find specific rules within the ICR that a person has obviously broken that rule, that doesn't mean it's a disqualification. Sometimes it means it's a sanction.
Yeah.
Which can lead to a disqualification.
The mandate I heard from you that, but if it is that, the jury needs to make that decision and minute it.
Yeah, it's to me,
That's the
it's
thing I
like-
can see going wrong. You just go, it's the jury card, this guy's disqualified, you don't have.
Probably rep report, he was supposed to.
Yeah, because we don't need to make, unless there's a protest, we don't need to make a jury decision about a gate fault, correct? We have the referee report, we post it, and that's a disqualification. We put this into normally for complete stop in as well now on the referee report, but really it really needs additional decision making, and that's why I'm pointing out on this. It's like, it's not just as clear cut as missing a gate to me.
And Falco brings in a point. It's important to let the gate judge know how to mark it down.
Yes.
Because how is that put on the sheet?
So the advice on this is to put an X mark where the racer came to a complete stop on the diagram. Okay, so for the gate judges,
It's squares.
Should we update that little form?
And then you draw the line.
well, you used to put your position with an X, so you can put that with an X, and the circle is your position, and then or smiley face if you want, and then just a plain X. You basically follow follow the racer's line and just an X where he came to a complete stop on that sheet.
That's a good point.
If you're on the west coast, it's a sad bitch, because you're standing.
Because of the west, yeah.
Depends on the weather. I was gonna say it depends on the weather.
Any more questions about that?
I think the chat's currently clear unless anybody wants to either jump in the chat or by voice.
just
You can
by
unmute
voice.
yourself.
Is that our last one?
How was it?
What's the latest ICR version?
This here.
This one.
I have one. I have some over there.
July?
July 2025.
There's not, it's not 23.3.4.
Yeah.
Do we have I'm gonna put a bag then. We'll just click,
In the online ones.
6-4, sorry, which one are you looking for?
Yeah,
Oh, I made a mistake. There's 223.3.3. I just yeah.
We did have
so-
another question pop up from Mike McDowell. What is your advice for the referee report? We need to mark the rule under which they were disqualified. Do you list it as 614.23, or do you need to show multiple ICR points?
I would mark it at the 614.3 on the referee report because it's coming to a complete stop. That's basically that's why I would put it on the referee report. If you do your jury decision, then you have to go to 628.8 and then the 623.3.2 and 623.3.3 to come up with the disqualification. So a little bit, so that the one rule I would put into the referee report, I would just put the 614 in there. But then when you make the jury decision about the disqualification, I would quote these 3 rules that lead to the disqualification.
So you're saying in a case like this, Mark, you need both the referee's report and a jury's report, the jury's minutes, jury decision to disqualify the racer.
That's how I read this, yeah. So I made a mistake here. It should be 3.3 here.
standing order for, do we have it up?
What do we do with this green thing, green flag?
Downstairs, I believe.
It's work, yeah, but it's to me if you wanna to me it's like if you want to follow the rules as the ICR lays it out, then this is the process that you kind of have to go through.
And coming to a complete stop is probably more subjective than whether or not you missed a gate, right? So maybe the jury should be involved in that process. That's all.
yes, it's confusing with the QRS, because the QRS says no hiking, no.
Well,
nothing.
so does the ITR say no hiking. Just what you do with that.
But that's how we interpret it, right?
No, I know.
It said,
The statement before again comes back to just because the rule there doesn't mean that it's a disqualification. It could, unless it's specified that it is a disqualification event, it isn't.
it doesn't say,
It's a sanction until such point as it becomes a
and
disqualification.
in the QS, it doesn't say it's a disqualification. It
Just
just says.
it's a rule, the same as the.
Yeah. So it's the jury to decide what they do with it.
In the QIS, it says no hiking. No hiking, that But- coming to a complete stop doesn't mean that you hiked,
That is true.
right? You can come to a complete stop
Not hike.
and not hike and still continue on. So it's
It says after complete, but it quotes the
Yeah.
rule.
So what I'm hearing is that when we do some revisions to the QRS for this year, we might want to reword it. Okay, then.
if you guys want to put it differently in there,
It
Yeah.
does say complete stop in the.
okay.
Good. But should we word it provincially that it should be a disqualification? Does that simplify it for provincial level races?
Or Just say it's a sanction and the jury needs to decide. I mean, we still give.
Yeah.
I think the jury decision.
You know what?
I think it's,
Jury can decide if.
We'd be out of alignment with this based upon what we're interpreting here, but it should simplify the process of no more jury
What
decision.
do we have
we're
to do that
always out
again?
of line with
Oh, yeah.
this on
I
the
had
case.
the,
Of course.
Then we're not keeping it consistent.
I had it's quite nice, wasn't it?
It's a-
And?
Well, story is interpretation. Available to ask what is full stop in skiing. It's very easy to continue. Chronic.
Yeah.
That's your bypass.
Yeah, or unless you end up going uphill and going back.
Yes.
It's up.
I would argue that a racer would be able to continue at
Yeah.
full speed,
Yeah.
to get back into the course.
So I have a couple of practical cases coming up, so just feel free to chime in. Here's the scenario. So crash in the finish. Racer bib 65 crashes before crossing the finish line, hitting the photo cell protection. The finish referee immediately calls for a start-stop. What necessary steps would you suggest before continuing the run? So here's the case. Please.
Oops.
I think this is in slow-mo.
That was full stop as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Full stop before we cross the line. His head's way across the line.
Oh, yeah.
This is so good.
This is a recommendation there. If you click on the top that you're sharing your screen right here. Remember, you aren't sharing audio yet, I don't believe.
Oops.
Now share sound. And then click on optimize for video. It should now play the video a little bit better with audio for people online.
Let's do it again.
Lovely sound.
It is a nice sound effect. Oh, yeah, it's looking way smoother now in my feed.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So who wants to?
It's quite the landing. That's really quite the landing. It was, the crash pad was well put in.
So who wants to chime in on this one? What necessary steps would you suggest before continuing the run? Anybody?
Give it time.
Yeah.
He broke the beam. He broke. the beam.
Deer's actually finished.
Any part of the body. Yeah. Crash between the last game and finish. Yeah.
Well, we got people with their hands up already. Feel free to unmute yourself.
just
and,
unmute them.
You call a person or.
I think Mike was the first person with a hand up, followed by Rob Tupper.
So first, the racer hasn't finished properly as for 6:15.3
Yeah.
because they did not cross with both feet in the case of a fall between the last gate and the finish line, because it looks like they came to a complete stop before their feet crossed the line. So even though you would have had a time when any part of their body crossed the line, probably their head, if they had continued through, they would have been fine. But by stopping with their feet on the other side, they haven't finished correctly. So no finish. Likely though, you've got a misalignment of your timing eyes. So you probably want to have a timing person or somebody at the finish who actually knows how to reset the timing eyes, make sure they're correct, and then you can do a course clearance.
Well, Mike, you were standing right there and you reset the eyes.
Well, this isn't Whistler Cup. That's a different race.
Definitely not what we got.
Yeah, I think this is really good observation. You know, I mean, you need to check your timing gear. there's most likely there's another racer on course right now, right?
Yep.
It's a slalom.
Yeah, then they get a hand time EET though, like carry on.
I'll say my perspective on this one, we don't know if those eyes are gonna work or not until the next person goes through them.
Yeah,
Have I seen
There's a
the cat?
possibility that they still
Yeah,
could
you
be,
do.
and you won't know that until a person goes through, but you always should have hand timing, and an AET off hand timing is equivalent. There's no reason to flag the person and have them have a rerun if you have potential time for them.
The first thing should be a start stop.
Well, the start stop was called, right? So,
That's what it's called.
so the finish referee has called the start stop.
So in regards, do you flag anyone who's on course?
Yes, wave them off.
Do you have to wave them off?
Depends, we can't tell because we don't know if the guy's still laying in the finish.
And based on the text there, it doesn't specify the eyes are knocked or out of alignment. There's just the potential that they were. From my perspective here, looking at that, it does look like that crash pad did its job. I think those eyes are likely still working back there. They likely received a blast from that snow going past them, which would be an inappropriate finish for that racer. To which end, that racer is likely going to get up and hopefully go around the eyes. But if they do go through, it's technically a finish for them, which would then end up being a sanction because they came to a stop and a disqualification
Yeah, but
should the
put the
jury
card
decide
side there.
upon.
If they're devil's advocate, if the head broke the beam,
Not based on that video.
I'm just
It's not
saying, if
psychological.
a part of the body broke the beam before they stopped,
It is.
the run is over.
It
And then
is.
they can carry through with
Yes.
their,
It's like-
on their feet or whatever, on toboggan for that
Oh,
matter, and
then
still
they're
get
there.
results.
So here's the question then, Bob. Now,
I have
if
the
their
card.
head does break the finish, but then they
card's
come to
not
a stop without their
I'll
feet
keep
or
this.
the rest of their body
I put
crossing,
the card.
That's my
have they come to a complete stop that is to be sanctioned?
But I think the race is over.
I
Once they break the beam, the run's over.
Is the race over when they break the beam with a body part or when their entire body crosses
This
the
is the
finish?
question right here. Yeah.
Well, I think there's a likelihood that the beam was broken, because when you look at this still, you can see the hand up there, and that
For the
hand
record,
is,
I,
that
I'm,
hand,
I displaying the card out because I like it so much. Whereas our anniversary card, never seen it. Never see it again. Never see it again, Carl. The door, it's called.
That's my opinion.
I'm not sure who's talking there or what they're talking about. Something about a card.
Someone was just telling me that I'm not keeping care of your card, throwing out the cover. Ah, Jeanette. I had it like this before.
We're gonna find out who's.
I'm gonna just start muting people.
Yeah.
so,
I'm so
you know,
warm, I don't really care. I'm so warm, I don't care. I'm so warm.
I told it to mute everybody. Mark, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Any part that stops the time. But in the chat, they had.
And we have, sorry, we still have
okay, why is
Rob Tupper was wanting to speak next. If you want to, Rob, jump in there. You can unmute yourself there if I've muted you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep. I think everything's sort of being brought up, but I think the most important thing is to confirm that the start that the start is stopped, and then deal with the likelihood that you have a athlete on course coming through. So there's probably about a 30-second kind of wait and see what happens before getting into the ins and outs of whether there's a valid finish or not. That was just my only comment. And what do you do if an athlete's coming down, sees this scenario that's unfolded in front of them where they're still on course, and they pull out if they have grounds for a rerun? Anyways,
good point.
my thoughts there.
We have quite a few comments in chat. I'm just going to blast through a few of them. One of them was to send a forerunner next. Next one is provisional rerun for any racer on course. It's called until the photocell protection's in place. Next one was, can people who aren't, no, that's sorry. Mike McDowell jumps in with 6:15.3. The finish line must be crossed with both feet in case of a fall between the last gate and the finish line. And that was the one that I had in the back of my head, is that both feet must finish in order for an official finish to occur. And that looks like it's already up on the screen. So Mark's already a step ahead of us there, Mike. And we've got Aaron Holtzman quoting 6:11:31, which I'm
Yeah.
not sure which one that is.
No, that's a good one. This one's worth reading out.
Okay.
This is what Ninja was saying.
Yeah.
6:11:31 with electric timing. The time is taken when the competitor crosses the finish line and triggers the beam between the photocells. In case of a fall at the finish where the competitor does not come to a full stop, the time can be taken without both of the competitor's feet having crossed the finish line.
Yeah.
But
Oh, and keep on the next page.
for the registered time to become valid, and this is what I was going to say, the competitor must immediately completely cross the finish line with or without skis. With hand timing, the time will be taken when any part of the competitor crosses the finish line. The finish controller determines the correctness of passage across the finish line. So this is another one where it's up to the jury to determine whether or not this is a sanctioned disqualification or whether the racer has a valid time.
Yeah, so essentially-
Thanks. Seems to me like valid time, but still sanctioned and
Well, whether the time stands then.
This is the old.
Well, the video stopped. We didn't know if the guy ever went through.
Yeah.
The video stopped before we saw if he ever
Well,
eventually
I'm
got
pretty sure they
through.
came to a complete stop. So the question is going to be, even if they did get up and cross with all of their body,
Yeah.
which we don't know the answer to on this video,
Mhm.
does the jury let that stand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it comes down to a few decisions, right? It's like do we have a valid finish? From what we've seen on the video, we have not a valid finish
Yeah.
because he hasn't. In this case, it's not his feet because he still has his skis on his feet, so the rule would be applied to his skis crossing the finish line. Okay, so but then comes the second question is, and it looks most likely if he gets back up, he has come to a complete stop, then that will be ruling back to the complete stop step.
Right, of course. Okay. We really want video on that one.
in that case, if the racer gets instruction from a finish ref in the area to get out of the course in a direction outside the course, you will clearly get a wrong instruction that would work against his interest. And I've seen this a few times on races where officials give unfair, wrong direction to the racer.
But the racer itself is always responsible. It doesn't matter what kind of instructions from any race official he has gotten. This one, I just want to point out because this is this long-term Alpine myth about how many pieces of equipment you need to finish, right? This is exactly what you point to. You only need a body across the finish line to have a valid finish.
I'm gonna say why. When it happened. It was body milling. Yeah.
So, because it still comes up.
All the time.
It's amazing.
You ask it a level 1 or 2 course and every old ski racer goes through it.
Yes. Yeah. Racers have a misconception.
All right,
Mhm.
let's go to the next case here. So after the second run, the jury confirmed via WhatsApp that there were no DSQs at 12:18. Before the prize-giving ceremony started, the chief of race informed via radio at 12:30 that the protest has been submitted against the qualified racer. You pause the ceremony and join the jury. After reviewing video evidence, the jury decides to disqualify the racer at 12:50. You inform the organizer to proceed with the ceremony. At 13:02, the coach of the disqualified athlete calls you, arguing against the jury decision. How do you proceed? So we've got a few videos here. Play now. Okay, second one.
On the left.
Missed the blue.
She missed the red at the bottom of the hairpin. She didn't go through it. She went around both gates.
That's what I saw.
Yeah. Watch. See that? She goes to the top of the hairpin, but she misses the red on the bottom.
There's the
It
blood.
goes around the bottom gate. This is the top gate of the hairpin.
Yeah.
And that's the bottom gate. The top gate of the hairpin was above it. She went around the wrong side of that.
Oh,
What's here?
no, it's this one.
This is the top again.
She missed the red.
Yes.
Got an arm on it.
Oh, she's
So
I thought it was the next one here.
no, no. So on the previous videos, it looked like she missed that red one, right?
Because it cut there, did it not?
Yeah, because it's
Yeah. Those angles make it look so different.
Looks like she totally missed it.
Wow. That's just gravel.
so.
Wow.
So we all kind of, on that last video I showed, it looks like she missed it. But when you look at the different angle of this video, I think it shows clearly that there's no gate fault.
Yeah.
Get multiple sources.
But I thought that it was about timing of the protest.
Yeah, well, that's the next question I gotta deal with.
Well, the timing adds up that it looks like everything is technically within, but it doesn't specify within the question whether or not the protests were properly broadcast. The thing that caught my eye on the question was that everything sent out on WhatsApp, kind of implying that the official and determined at the TCM method of the protests being put out was a WhatsApp chat. But then it talks about a jury radio is where the protest is then launched right near the end of the timeline, which should start a new countdown, and we would hope a new protest through WhatsApp where everybody would see it. But it doesn't specify that that happens within the commentary here. And so I wonder, was that left out intentionally? In other words, was something missed in procedure here?
When you had 10 minutes after you closed it.
15.
Yeah, 12 minutes. Yeah,
So 12:30 should be 2 minutes after.
no, 15 minutes. 15? I think 15, right?
Yeah.
15 minutes.
Protest time is
It is within 15.
It's within 15.
So anybody wants to chime in online here?
Because we're not seeing whether or not that protest was officially rebroadcast at 12:50. I assume that starts a brand new countdown and that they did do the right procedure. Are we assuming that to start with? Is that?
This is the information. Well, how do you proceed? I mean, this is put on you now. So we're almost ready to start. They're doing it pretty quickly after the race is done here. We want to give the medals out, and there's a protest that the racer should be disqualified. The jury watches the video. decided that that was a disqualification, and makes the decision on the disqualifications. The times are given here, and then the coach of the racer chimes in after and said there wasn't a my racer did good gate passage or proper gate passage. I have the video, so now he shows the last video we saw, and
I can't imagine how this isn't something where the coach should be allowed to protest it because it's within 15 minutes of the protest
Yeah.
being launched.
6:43:4 against disqualification within 15 minutes.
To me, it's all about protesting the jury's final decision.
We've got a few comments. During the first protest, all parties should be present, comes through from Russell. We've got, this sounds like a warning against rushing through your daily program. The awards can't start until the official protest periods are done. And I think that's a very good comment there. Even though FIS doesn't often wait until the race is even done. Or,
Prize giving.
yeah, they'll be giving away the prizes after the flip is done, even though there's 60, 70 more racers still to come. But,
that's for TV.
that's for TV, as well as they've got
Keep the money flowing.
physical evidence needed for the protest and Rule 646.4. Did they make the final decision public, the decision on the protest? And that's kind of what I was bringing up there is was it, I mean, I don't think it matters whether or not they followed procedure because everything still falls within timeline.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether or not procedure was followed for how they posted because all the timelines here seems to work that things are within the 15-minute protest period for a disqualification.
Yeah, so what we come back to here is basically the jury decision to disqualify the racer at 12:50 really restarts the timing, the 15 minutes, right? And that's kind of where we really need to go into that. We're now like half an hour in behind, but we've made a decision at a certain time, and from that time on, the clock basically restarts for the protest time.
Yeah.
So
that's crystal clear here.
yeah,
6:43.4. Within 15 minutes after the posting or announcement of the disqualification.
So what do you do in this case when a jury made an obviously wrong decision?
Wasn't it an appeal?
well,
That's
it's
the purpose-
not.
purpose of the protest.
We're still dealing at this time. This is what I'm saying. We're just restarted. The jury is still in place.
Yeah.
We've like the tenure of the jury ends when the protest time expires or when all of the decisions that have to be made have been made. And, here the jury tenure is still ongoing because the jury just made a decision about this disqualification. And then you should give another 15 minutes of a protest time window. Right?
Well,
Well, it's
Dylan,
just the question is, it doesn't really go to the end of it is.
We have an interesting one here, and I think you've addressed this, but I'm still going to bring the question forward from Aaron Holtzman. The protest against the competitor in 643.3 has to have been made within 15 minutes after the racer finished, not posted the results. The original protest was not against a DQ. It was made by question mark on the radio against a competitor, which asked to be done within 15 minutes of the finish, not of the posted results, is what is being posted. Now, I'm not sure what
We're
433 is.
this is a different interpretation. The protest at 12:30 was done against the disqualification report because basically you're missing a disqualification. So the coaches come and say, this racer has been disqualified, he made a gate fault, so it's not against the racer. It's basically against a non-disqualification.
And Russell quotes something, Russell Kirby adds something that I think here is really key within the actual 643.3. It's not within 15 minutes after the racer has finished. It's 15 minutes after the last racer of the day has finished.
Yes.
To which end it still is possibly within timeline here.
15 minutes after the announcement of the DSP.
Yeah, there's two issues though. I think one is, are you?
We don't know when the last racer crossed the finish line in this scenario.
Yeah, that's what.
That is the question.
Yeah, it's within. Okay, okay.
I
But
think that there's, I think that
do we need to know?
that there is another dimension here. You have two videos, one that does not prove what happened. And the other one that clearly shows what happened. And within 15 minutes, when you protest, you have to bring the proof of your claim, right?
Yeah.
If you cannot bring the proof 2 days later.
No.
So if you bring the proof, insufficient proof for a claim, it'll be voted whatever it is. But if you bring the second video half an hour later, too bad.
Too late.
Yeah.
So the last racer would have been through at 12:18.
But you're not making a, you're not,
The last
I don't think
racer
it matters.
probably would have
it's
been
against
way
disqualification,
earlier.
not against the competitor.
Yeah,
It has to be against the competitor ones are when kids are swearing or doing something wrong
Or,
and you want to sanction the kid.
or it could be, or in
Or
a
whatever.
bad, missing a fist
Could be,
helmet
yeah,
or something like that.
It's not for disqualification.
Yeah, this, to me,
You wouldn't know to protest the non-disqualification until you see the list. You don't know.
Yes.
How can you protest this person didn't get it if you haven't actually?
How many times you see a kid straddle the gate and he's not on the list?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at 12:18 is when their official notification goes out that there were no DSQs.
Correct.
12 minutes later, we've got a protest submitted against a qualified racer. We're assuming that's within the 15 minutes of the last competitor crossing, and that's a valid.
Well,
No,
it doesn't matter.
to me, that protest is against the disqualifications.
Okay, the protest is against the disqualification. The
The
fact
lack
that
The fact that there was no disqualifications and that there should be disqualifications.
so that is thus allowed to stand based upon that, and I can read that one.
Yeah.
And then still within that timeline, then you have a new start of protest period at 12:50.
Correct.
12:50, which gives till 13:05.
Yeah.
To have any protest against the protest, and something falls within that at 13:02. To which end the only answer to this one is that you see the coach who has requested the disqualifications video evidence and
Yeah.
proceed on as a jury.
Yeah.
I have a lot of comments in the chat. If anybody still wants to, I think that we went over all of that within the discussion we just had. That's the reason I tried to revise this all. If there's anything else additional that we need to discuss, please bring it back up in chat. Matthew Sear added, it has to be after the report as we mentioned. Yes.
Yeah, after DSQ report, yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't know until the DSP report comes up. But you have to have suitable time within that period, the 15 minutes, to be able to launch anything.
At the protest that they've stopped the ceremony for and has gone to join the jury, at that protest, the competitor who the protest is lodged against is allowed to be there. The competitor and the protesting team captain or trainer must be invited to attend. So that video could have very well been taken care of right then and there. If it is just the chief of race and the rest of the jury dealing with a protest, then not everybody who should be there is there.
Yep.
Rob Tupper, your hand's still up. If you want to unmute yourself,
Yep.
feel free to.
Yeah, I think I'm unmuted. I think this would be easier to digest if 641.3 or sorry, 641.4 against types of protests against disqualifications said something like against disqualifications, the lack of disqualifications, or incorrect referee reports. Because that's really what we're talking about. The
Well,
referee
that's the
report
first
would
time
have
I've
been.
ever heard someone say that the language within the ICR is not crystal clear.
But I totally agree with the sentiments here that if a coach comes down and the referee report gets done, the referee made it based on all of the evidence that they had, which would have been the gate cards and commentary from the jury members, does the referee report, and then a coach says, hey, racer 17 missed this gate, I've got video, then you've got no choice, but you've got to say, okay, that's a protest against disqualifications. And you stop the proceedings and you deal with it. And so everything after that has happened. I just point out that that heading is what causes the confusion every year. So it happens this way. Thanks.
Yeah, it's again a case of the ICR not being clear, right? I don't know.
I mean, you can, this one you can work through.
Okay, I think we've done that. So rule changes. So this is basically a presentation that was done from FIS. So if you notice here, this is the positions of the Southern Hemisphere. That was published in May. The positions for the Northern Hemisphere, which have just been published last week, look exactly the same, other than it says Northern Hemisphere and the data has changed. But other than that, there's no changes. All of the stuff that's in the positions here mentioned is also in the July edition of the ICR. So this is basically just an easy way to see what has changed. So this is FIS license registration. You cannot bounce back and forth any longer. You can now only change a nation once, and then you're locked into that nation. There has been FIS racers that have been changing back and forth, I guess, and it's been a problem. Use of airbags. So it's mandatory for all races of level 0, which is World Cup, and 1, which are Continental Cup, except NORAM Cup, Far East Cup, Junior World Championships. So basically, for the level 1 races, only the Europa Cup is mandatory for the airbag. There was some discussion when we had our update that, some of the people, Mike Kersey wasn't happy with that, that's been delayed again. But then I talked to my son, and it's basically comes down to those things are not available. Like, you can presently buy an extra large men's. It's the only airbag that is still available to purchase, because they're looking for one of their racers that they possibly want to take to the Europa Cup to get an airbag. So basically in North America this year, you will not, if you run a NORAM competition, you won't have to check for the airbag, because these changes will be checked at the start. So basically you have to there's going to be a sticker at the back of the airbag, and there's going to be there's a light as well that the airbag is turned on. So for these things need to be checked. So we'll probably come next year, but this year in North America we're fine.
Now, I thought within the equipment there as well, we've also, in some of the levels now, we're requiring the cut proof.
That comes.
That's later? Okay, I thought that was within that. But
in the
zip.
So this is already in the rules, but it's not implemented. So there's a category added now of 8 in all level 2, 3, and 4 races. If you bring up the first page of the FIS points list where all of the adders and all of the F factors are in, it still says 0. Because for this season, for the results, it's all 0. They're doing it parallel to show that there's a difference, but basically it is all 0. Even if it's in the points, if you look under the points rules, this is in there.
And we will likely see some confusion this year with 2 different lists being run in parallel.
Yeah. So when you go on the
races,
FIS points list now, there are 2 points lists calculated, the one with the new rules and the other one with the old rules.
I think
They're
that's
running
being
it
done so
parallel.
that, I think that's being done so that at the end of this season and for the base list next season, athletes don't get sort of sticker shock when they see their points, their results be different from what they would have been the year before. So it's just showing
Yeah, I
people
think
how
it's
it's going to be applied.
Yeah, I think it's also going to show, it's meant to show that there will be a more points discrepancy because these rules are coming in because there's too many racers on the 20-point level, and they wanna bring that more apart. So that's kind of the reasoning behind this.
Yeah, it's already creating chaos in the race admin world. Me and Judy. So we got clarification, but they really ought to have put a date for effective start of this in the manuals or the FIS ICR and the points rules.
Well, it's weird when you put it in the points rules, but then you don't follow it for this season, right?
Right.
Like
Well, that's what caught us. It was in the points
Yeah.
rules, and then all of a sudden the first page shows up and nothing's on there. So, which was right?
Well, yeah, I had the same discussion with my son. He said, "Oh, it's in the points rules." I said, "That doesn't matter. It's the first page of the FIS points that matters, and that's how you read it."
And Phyllis, wait until you're at your first meeting where one of the teams launches a protest about the points on the board because of the rules.
That's probably going to be next week in Whitehorse.
So this again, this is calculating points. This is what's going to change. There's going to be 3 results instead of 2 results necessary to have points now. In the technical.
No, the national points are not currently set to follow the FIS points. We're still on the national side looking at the best 2.
Yeah.
Question on that chat, sorry, for those in the
Yeah.
room. Will national
that'll
points
be-
follow this?
So yeah, that's going to be implemented for 26, 27. For FIS, is that also going to be, is ACA or the thinking
ACA
of doing
currently has no plans to change from the 2 to a 3. So at current point, we're still looking at staying on 2 for the national development system.
even into 26, 27?
Yeah.
That's correct. There's been no discussion regarding changing that.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't really make sense as well if you look at the racers being only in there for a few years anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
totally.
really would not make, to me, it doesn't make sense.
On the
we don't
national
use
side,
those
you wanna-
national points
We want to
anyway.
maximize the
Yeah,
points there.
yeah, exactly.
That makes sense.
So this is how the points are going on when you look up results. So there's FIS points and there's 2027 points.
Yeah.
So that's the difference in calculations.
Oh, it's great to show the change, make it clear, get people used to it. Change.
Yeah. So small change on the timing side. For level 3 and 4 races, memorized electronically is accepted. If you which is basically the time system scores the time of day instead of a printout.
From a timer's perspective, I just want to say this one out loud for all the timers and the TDs in the room. Not all timers automatically record things digitally. So if in question, make sure it's still coming out on tape, just as a backup there. Because if you don't go into the right menu or activate the right thing within some timing systems, they don't actually store the times in digital memory. And I know that you can still run a race, for instance, on any of the TAG Cure 500 series, which are still homologated. If you're running a race on those and you turn on the timer and you just run the race, it'll run perfectly fine. But if you go into memory, you'll find it's blank. There's not a single time inside the memory. You actually have to go into the tags and go into an area called Open Run in order to be able to have it actually save stuff to the internal memory. But a lot of timers out there don't activate that mode. The algaes, if I remember properly, always save things to memory. And the micro gates, some of the models automatically save to memory. Other ones you have to open up the storage in order to be able to save it on. So it's a mixed bag on the algaes, or sorry, the micro gates. So I would still suggest that if you aren't 100% sure it's being saved to memory, keep that tape rolling. Test.
Kevin, do you think split second qualifies as memorized electronically?
I do not, because there's no guarantee that the computer is not the actual timer. It's something that's hooked up to the timer and capturing it externally. I think it can be used after the race if it is all captured, but I would suggest to following the rule that the electronically sequentially recorded memorized electronically is accepted. Yeah, it doesn't actually say that it has to be memorized electronically on the official timing device. That's an interesting question, and I'd leave that open to discussion on the table. What do you guys think in the room here? If you have it hooked up, your electronic timer, to a computer, and the computer is through the serial or USB connection, receiving all of those times from the timer in the day and storing it in the computer's internal memory, does that qualify and satisfy that rule?
I think that you've lost the degree of independence which you're trying to achieve here from the results software versus just the raw times being recorded somewhere, whether printed on tape or recorded into a file. If you have your split second computer crash, can you still time the race?
And Rob, that's exactly where my 100%, that's where my brain goes to at the end of the day. And that's the reason my knee-jerk reaction was no. But then I said, well, maybe let's open it up for discussion. But my knee-jerk in regards to timing is and always has been as much fail-safe as possible. Anything that can eliminate a fail-safe is the wrong direction.
Yeah.
So in the case of the only way I could rationally expect that you want to be able to go back to the digital record of the timing is because of the software that you're using failing. So if it's the software itself that is your backup and it has failed, why do you have that as the redundancy? It no longer effectively makes sense as to have it there. So I fall into the same suit as you, but that doesn't mean that that doesn't qualify the rule.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's two questions here. I say, one, what does the rule say and what is wise?
Best. Yeah, exactly. I 100% agree. It's what's wise.
Yeah, and maybe over time,
Yep.
maybe there'll be other electronic ways of doing this on a laptop as well that.
There's numerous things in timing in Alpine I don't agree with that are technically right, but I don't think qualify properly. But this is one of those where you could have people argue to the letter of what is being written down that it's being done correctly, even though it may not be
wise.
The best. Yeah, it may not be wise. Exactly.
Okay, so for level 3 and 4 races, we don't need to submit tapes anymore then?
Provided that it's being digitally recorded and stored somewhere.
Very
Don't get any ideas, Carson.
Like you still basically need to record it somehow. It can be on a digital file now instead of a printed piece of paper.
Carson's just realizing he doesn't have to replace those little yellow tabs on those timies anymore.
Yeah.
Or sit there the entire race with 2 fingers down on it to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, like if you had to go to a text
Don't give
file on
away
a
all the
laptop.
tricks.
instead of yeah.
So this is a little bit of a change. The EET times are now must be prepared, and the jury must control and approve it. And the report has to be now for fifth races to TD has to actually attach the report as a file to the TD report.
I've had 2 TDs from other provinces contact me in this last week, specifically asking me, how do I get that from my timer? And just to answer that question, because some other people around this table may have it, Split Second's the software we use 99% of races. It has an EET builder built into the software that automatically builds EETs for us. In that EET builder, there is a button to save it as a text file, PDF, or copy it as text, which you can then send via WhatsApp or email or what have you. So there's an easy method within the most commonly used way of building EETs within our system that you can create digital copies to be able to send out for the group chat, for the jury to be able to see, or for FIS to be able to have on official record. For the timers in the room, if you're in the EET and you haven't seen that feature, bottom left corner, there is a print pull down option that allows you to save it as a file.
So that will get submitted with tapes then?
That should get submitted along with any of the timing software. So your official results file, your official EET file, and your TTR report would all have to be submitted.
Would that form have to be signed by the jury?
That's a good question, Mark.
Well, it says the jury must control and approve it. So to me, that means there needs to be a jury decision just saying we approved the EET report that came from, for racer BIP 45 or whatever.
Well, it says
Should
the
it be
jury will
attached?
control it.
Sorry. Should it
I
be
don't-
attached to the jury minutes without protest?
It's just a jury minute without protest, right? To me.
Right, but should the EET be attached to it?
Phyllis, here's my thought on that is I
would.
think at a practical level, the jury minutes would just say an EET or EETs were required. They were prepared by the chief of timing, reviewed and approved by the jury, and the jury minutes signed. The EET has, at FIS level, the EET has to be uploaded with the TD report.
Right.
But
Rob,
I think Rob's on the right track. We just have to get approved on the jury minutes, and then it just gets submitted with our online timing report.
Well, you're gonna have to print it. Don't you have to print it out anyways? Because it says here the report may also be shown to the representatives of the nations concerned. So that means if a team captain comes up to you and said, "I want to see that," then you just have to provide that.
Again, then all you do, if that's what's going to be required, then we just post that to the WhatsApp channel.
Yeah.
Just take a photograph of it and show it on the WhatsApp so everybody sees it.
Yeah. Just saying,
Yeah, no, another piece of work. That's interesting though.
Yeah, because it's in there, right?
Yep.
This is the change of the rule.
Yeah.
There's more.
There's more work, but just use the WhatsApp channel, and then Phyllis and Carson and any timer and RAs, it's going to be part of the thing we submit on the online report for the TDs at the FIS level, right?
Yeah, this is just FIS level.
Exactly. This is down at the provincial level. This doesn't matter.
I've never understood why historically it's always been the EET goes to the TD alone. Because we sometimes have coaches and other jury members have come into timing before in races where I've been at where an EET was done and asked, can we see the EET? We'd like to see how it was done. I've never had an issue sharing that information because it should be public and it should be accessible to anybody who's responsible for the fairness of the race, because it alters the outcome of the results. So this rule has just essentially instantiated something that has been a soft rule with many of the top level races anyways, as to when there is an EET, it now is publicly making this something that the entire jury is privileged to, instead of just the TD. And that's, I think, the real only change to this one is they're just guaranteeing that this information isn't stowed away by one or two people to a week later be found to have been calculated incorrectly, because now you've got more eyes looking at it that could see that oversight that has happened at some major races.
No, correct. That's a good, it's a good point, Kevin. I agree. Because, at the FIS level, it's drilled into us to look over EETs all the time. We have to do them by hand. Now with split second and software, it all gets done electronically, right? So, but yeah, it's a key piece of information in the final report. So yeah, I kind of agree. It's kind of good that it's actually out there.
It's good. It's also demystifying. Now, I noticed Diane's got her hand up. If you want to unmute yourself, Diane, feel free to jump in. You're still muted. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we're having a side conversation here in the chat about, I just asked the question, why does the start ref need to know this information and what are they going to do with it?
Well, again, I don't think the start ref needs to know this information, but what this is doing, this new rule, is privileging anybody within the jury to access this information. In other words, this information is now available to the entire jury. That doesn't mean that every member of the jury is required to go over it with a fine-tooth comb or sign off on it. It's essentially saying it's now under the privilege of the entire jury, not just the TD. That's at least the way I've been interpreting the change here.
If we're mid-race, electronic timing fails, or there's 3 racers left, it doesn't really matter. I mean, normally as a start ref, I wouldn't know, don't want to know what's going on down there. Well, really. And I mean, I understand that you're a soft jury member, no vote kind of, advisor situation, but what am I doing with that information? Like, why is it so specifically laid out here?
At the time, nothing is happening anyways, because the race isn't stopping to do an EET. What's happening is the race is continuing as if nothing had ever happened. And at the end of the race, or when the timers have the time to complete the EET, sometimes it's done during race, sometimes it's done post-race, the EET is completed. At that time, the result of the EET is to be published for the entire jury to be able to view.
That part makes complete sense to me. But if you read the sentence, it says, if the electronic timing fails, the chief timekeeper must communicate immediately with the start referee and the TD. Like, why the start referee? I'm just trying to figure out what's the nuisance that they're trying to, or what.
I think that's for a start-stop, because if the electronic timing stop is failed, then the start ref should be stopping new racers entering the course.
Also, don't forget on the speed, the start and finish referee are part of the jury, right?
Yes.
Whereas technically aren't.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
No,
they're not.
Advisors.
Only on Olympic Winter Games and
right. Sorry.
Yeah,
right.
They're not.
They're not.
So
Don't
so
get confusing you.
So my question is why, people are on course. I'm not being asked, it doesn't say start, stop. It doesn't, like, what am I doing with that information? Why am I being told about it? I'm probably going to hear it on the radio anyway. If somebody
again, the start referee, the only time I see that being brought up is if the electronic timing fails, the chief timekeeper must communicate immediately with the start referee and the TD. That I don't think has anything to do with the new rule. I think that's just a sentence that already existed.
That's always been in the rule.
Yeah, that's always been in the rule.
Okay,
We're always supposed to inform the start referee if electronic timing fails. So that's not part of the new rule. That's just an
That's the way you've always done.
Yeah.
But yeah, so and anyway, somebody else mentioned in the chat that the timing's not allowed to call a start stop. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Timing is not allowed to call a start stop. It's supposed to be a request for start stop from timing, either to the start referee or the jury.
Yeah.
And it's normally to the start ref who controls the start.
Yeah.
Correct.
Which is
correct.
That's it. That's the reason that rule's always been there, is the request to issue a start stop in case of an electronic fail. The fastest way to make that happen is by contacting the start ref directly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they control the start. They control the start.
I'm just.
We have had Carmen raise her hand and lower hand, raise her hand and lower hand. If she wants to jump in, she's more than welcome too. And Mike as well. Either of you guys want to jump in, just unmute yourselves.
Well, I was gonna.
Diane,
Go
can
ahead,
you hear
Carmen.
me? Diane, can you hear me? I think the only reason this, I would think, is that the start referee needs to know is just to make sure that her start timers, her manual timers, are aware that there's an issue and to be cognizant of it and not daydream or, oh, did I get that time? I imagine that would be the only reason that you'd have to let your start ref know, is that she lets her start timer, manual timers know as well that there's an issue with the timing. That's all I think.
Excellent answer. Thank you, Carmen. I like that. Very
And
proud.
Carmen, that brings up a good point as well, is at that point, you'd want to find out if you did miss some electronic times, and that was coordinated with your start ref. You could then determine whether or not you have hand timing, or whether you need to have those racers cycle back around for a rerun.
Right. Yeah. That's it. So that's my only comment would be.
Good comment.
Yes.
Mike, were you in there as well?
Yeah, and I was the one who put in that technically the timing team can't start for a call for a start stop, because realistically, you know, if something's gone wrong, there should be a very quick, efficient conversation about whether a hold is needed to do a repair. And it could possibly be, I mean, the jury might say, hey, we're running short of time. Is hand timing working? Yep. Keep going. You just have work to do afterwards, guys. Right?
Yeah.
Because you may be running short of light. You know, all things might be going on. It is not timing's job to control that. That's the jury. So they can make a request, but they can't make a decision. And the start ref is going to be part of that, because they are, of course, the ones that are controlling the start. That's why you have to talk to them.
All right. So I think we're good enough on that. That's basically just this is EET report. I'm gonna go through this. So this is a change for the interdiction rule. And it now says if a competitor's skis come to a complete stop, they must no longer continue through previous or further gates. If a competitor continues without to complete, they must not interfere with the run or the next competitor or be passed by the next competitor.
Yeah. Skis.
So the body can come to a stop, but the skis are still moving.
Yeah, stare at the skis. Do they stop?
So now, so you
Does
just
that not
look at the
incentivize
skis.
not putting on the ski brakes? My skis came off, but they're still going, so I'm gonna keep on running towards the finish line.
So at the FIS meeting in Orford, when this was reviewed, and the revision of this rule was discussed as to what was going on when this rule was being revised. And I'll paraphrase this as sort of a commentary was, it looks like you're sort of allowing hiking to again. And they said, yeah, that's the point. So it's a bit awkward because if the skis don't come to a complete stop, what level of acrobatics are you willing to accept? You know, there might be complying with this rule, but still not really complying with the no hiking idea. So just some food for thought there of how this will actually get applied.
Because you can imagine someone hiking and keeping their skis moving the entire time they're hiking without ever stopping them, and technically they're then following this rule.
Right. So it's, you know, is it, you know, the loop-de-loop thing where they, you know, they go wide, there's a continuous movement, they're going uphill, they're getting around a gate. Is that what they're, you know, trying to clarify? I think it was an attempt to clarify what was going on with that rule, with the competitor coming to a complete stop, and now they've just made it the skis. So, anyways, food for thought there.
Yeah, I mean, when we look back at when the first interdiction rule, when the interdiction rule came into play, I can't remember, 8 years ago, longer, 10, somewhere around that. And I remember the season after, we had some videos where, you know, who was it? There was a Super G, missed the last gate and went basically back up. He never lost velocity, but he went around the advertisement. It was 2 or 3 gates before the finish. Came back up around the advertising, went down, and that was clearly marked as good. It was never complete stop. So that kind of looping was always allowed, anyways.
This wouldn't change that.
So
Back to a jury decision.
So, I'm not sure whether. So this is just starting order for second and third run races. That's just defining on how you get to your starting order for the second run and for the third run. So not really that. So far, we won't have any. I'm still waiting for Vancouver, Toronto to build one at one time. Or Montreal. So who knows? This is what we have talked in the quiz, 3-run slalom. Must include at least 2 of the following: vertical, hairpin, or delay gates. So there's not that much room. So it's really hard to get 3 combinations, even 3 combinations in there. They're short. They're under 20-second runs. If you see some of the results, they're like 19.5 or so for the winner, or 18.5. It's like really, really short runs. It's sprint racing. So grounds for interfering. So now it's not saying blocking the course any longer. It says blocking the racing line. And then there's a new one in there: blocking of the racing line by a broken or detached pole caused by the competitor. We've had lots of videos over the last 20 years in updates where the pole broke or the pole flipped out, and then the racer kind of was interfered with that pole further down. Now this clarifies it, because there was always a discussion about, is that a valid reason for a rerun or not? Now, if you then follow the other rules of the rerun, meaning coming to a complete stop, etc., then this is now grounds for interference.
I have 10 stitches in my mouth, here in the corner of my mouth, and a broken pole by a previous race, right here.
I guess you didn't finish it.
Finished.
You finished it?
Finished it, but the coach's first impression was, oh no. Because it was
So some wording classifications. One is basically about cancellation postponements. If you want to do a postponement, you always have to give a date. If you don't have a date, it's a cancellation. Start signal. They've taken out this 10 seconds before, so they're now saying, if possible, start clock with an automatic audible signal is used. The starter will let the competitor see the start clock. To me, it's like, when we go to these races, I think it's still good as for the starter to give the actual count, but that's just me. You don't have to any longer.
So it says if the start clock is not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then 10 seconds will tell, oops, sorry, I got. And the other one is just for media, basically, how that works out. And that's all European Cup. European Cup. I think everything else is up. European Cup. This is carbon shin shells. That's been an issue. Basically, at the end of the day, we don't test this in the races. What they do on the higher level races is they take the boot and turn it upside down and shake it, and if anything falls out, then that's an illegal boot. There's nothing yet that if it's basically attached to the tongue of the tooth and doesn't come out, that's part of the boot or whatever. So I don't know if they ever come up with another clarification, but it's basically carbon shin pads that have been used for racers that had injuries, but they make the boots stiffer, and they give quite a bit of competitive advantage. And then cut resistant undergarment. This is now for they've changed that again because there was some confusion about South America. They put the rule in that as of July 1st for level 0 and level 1 races. So that's World Cup and World Juniors and NORAM races, Europa Cup races. Cut resistant underwear is mandatory. And it needs to be a minimum protection level of 3 stars. And then they found out with everything that's happening in South America that there was no time for everybody to get equipped. So that's why they delayed the rule to October 15th is when the rule now came into place. So on all NORAM races, it's only for the legs at the moment that is mandatory. The upper body not mandatory at the present time. Talking to my son, I know the BC team has full undergarments, top and bottom, and they will wear it as well. One thing that somebody brought up, and I think it's an interesting point. So at the norm level race now, there needs to be a check at the start if that rule is followed. For the other FIS races, that is not, you don't need to do the check. That doesn't mean that the racers will not wear it. Because if they have it, they most likely will wear it, and the coaches will make them wear it as well. One thing that was brought up during my freestyle actually update, and I thought it's a valid point, is should be in your medical plan, should be the talk about cut resistant underwear in there because you need special equipment to cut it. For in a medical emergency, do the ski patrol have the equipment to cut resistant underwear?
That's interesting.
And I thought that was something that wasn't brought up at our Alpine meetings, but somebody brought it up at the freestyle meetings, and I thought it's a valid point. And it's something as an ROC and as a jury should certainly consider and should certainly have possibly in their medical plan as well, and inform their patrol on the hill and their first responders that this is what's happening. We now have cut resistant underwear. Do you have the equipment to cut it?
Is there language around that? How, is there equipment to cut?
There is equipment to cut. Yeah, there is special.
Ski patrols have it?
That is one thing I don't know. There should, like there is if you look at industrial standards, there is equipment, there's special shears to cut this, and this will cut resistant underwear as well. There's special shears that you can use, to cut protective gear off, and that's something you need to have. I don't know. It's like, and to me, that was a valid question. I've never thought about that as well. It's something that kind of, it's.
Comes with that. Well, patrol, not patrol, clubs, because the kids are training with this equipment as well.
But we are not, technically, we are not professional trained.
You're not trained to
With their hands.
Yeah.
You're not cutting it off. You're
not cutting it off. Okay, that's it for anything.
I will ask my ski patrol daughter.
If you try and take it. Yeah.
Right, so protection will be mandatory on the NORAM side, on the NORAM Cup side, but most FIS racers who have it will probably wear it for any kind of FIS race that they're involved.
We have.
There are
Yeah.
formal communication channel between who decides these things and the various ski patrol in each resort. And it's up to us to bring it up.
I think it should be up to the RSC to bring it up when you go when you do your contact with your ski patrol to bring it up and just say this is what's been now mandated on the norms, but a lot of racers will probably wear it regardless. Do you have anything in an emergency that?
Do you guys have kids training in it now?
I think there's been some discussion. I'm not aware of anyone who has it. Maybe some.
They will, though.
His kid.
They will come up.
Probably, yeah.
At some point, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Not only expensive, but my understanding from
Under-
conversations I've heard is it's not always terribly comfortable and it gets very smelly very fast. Doesn't breathe very well.
Does it
According
wash
to your
well?
boots. That's the question. Yeah, there's questions in the chat as to which companies
Provide the
provide
counter.
it.
There's currently, I believe, 2 companies out that are FIS approved.
Annette says each of the brands has a way to cut it in an emergency. They have a technique to cut it.
Yeah.
So there's a link just been posted by Mike for first aid in case of laceration from Diston on Diston Sports. And a woman from Nikiska brought it up on the freestyle meeting. Connect there too. I was in the officials meeting with Manitoba, and they were kind of this slowly, quickly got brought up, but devolved as well into a discussion regarding the people on the hill getting the laceration awareness courses and how to deal with a laceration on course, because mainly at the lower levels, you don't have everybody wearing this cut-proof stuff. And I found it intriguing that they decided to set a rule right there and then that every ROC must have multiple kits on hill to deal with cuts when skiing within that province. And I thought that was a pretty positive way for them to deal with the question being brought up. If this is being an issue at the international level, why aren't we also talking about that at the lower level as well?
Well, there has been. I've talked to some people. I can't remember where that was from. That they were saying that they have well identified along the race, run, and training venue, bleed kits basically stationed.
That's the term.
And
many coaches are getting this.
Yeah.
Rob Tupper, if you want to jump in, feel free.
Yeah, it was just the same point that Mark made, that examples were given of sort of racing or training venues that are set up early season and kept up through the entire season will have bleed kits, pre-stationed and sort of marked on their course maps and part of the medical plan. So it's identified where those are if they're necessary to be dispatched. You're in an emergency and you can't wait for patrol. Just know where those are. So for venues that you're setting up, you're going to be maintaining this venue over the course of the season, might be something to look to invest in.
Yeah, plus, I mean, to me as a TD, when we do our team captains meeting and ROC meetings, it's always a point to bring up if that is the one exception to the rule of that nobody touches the racer. As soon as it's safe to get onto course, that is the big point. If you are involved in the speedways, you need to make sure that the start is stopped and any racer that's on the course is stopped as well. But that is the one rule where you do not wait for first aid to arrive. it's now and then that you have to interfere. It's a cut.
Cormac and Smithers has lots in all starts and finish huts stapled to the inside walls by the start, the bleed kits.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's a good idea, and that ROC should consider that to make sure that they have those available even at the lower level races. Carmen, you can jump in.
Hey, hi. So yes, stop the bleed kits. A big movement now at the FIS level. I had a really scary situation last year in Bromont where we used one effectively. But if you all go to the Kelly Brush Foundation, they're at the forefront of Stop the Bleed. They have kits that can be purchased and outline lists of equipment that could be put along the course line. It's really good, a resource for Stop the Bleed, especially with the sharp skis and the weird things that can happen. So I would suggest that all ROCs and all clubs go to the Kelly Brush Foundation to watch the videos as well as create their own Stop the Bleed kits. That's
Yeah,
it.
you can throw these together pretty easy by stuff that you can buy at any pharmacy in this province. There's not that much that you need for the bleed kit.
Just making sure you have someone who knows how to use it properly, I think, is key. You have all the equipment in the world, if someone doesn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, the basic thing about if there's profound bleeding is pressure. It's either to a neat where you cut the blood supply off to that affected area, that works on the leg or an arm, but that doesn't work anywhere else normally. And then it is just plain pressure, and it's a lot of pressure, and you just put whatever you have, you just stuff in there. The thing is, you do not, even if you don't have sterile gauze or whatever, if you have a sweater, you put the sweater in there and then basically put pressure on that. Infection is not a problem at that time. You do not worry about infection. When it bleeds that profoundly, you don't get infections anyway, so it's just washes it all away. So. Anything on that? No. I think I'm gonna skip that calculation thing. Unless anybody is interested on why FIS is changing this thing.
There's a good one.
So this is the reasons why they're changing the whole thing. There's just too many that have like minimum of 20 points. It's just risen substantially in the world.
Yeah.
So, Cement's GS example, that's between 20 and 20 points. So it's just so this is they're trying to get this wider, so wide points. This is the difference. So they left it the same for all points. Why we're changing two, like other disciplines use two, cross country uses 5 results. So this will be the changes, and we've gone over that. So I don't need to But that's why. Practical case. This one is a bit of a weird one.
I've been disturbed at many starts.
Yes.
You know, the T at a major event starting with downhill competition. Both training runs have taken place without any problems. The night before the race, the temperature rises and the snow conditions change significantly, making it impossible to start from the original start. To avoid losing the race, the jury decides to move the start lower down. The organizing committee reacts quickly and prepares the new start in time. The race begins and conditions are good. About 10 minutes after the start with BIP 11 on course, you receive a call from the coach of BIP 5. He requests a rerun, claiming that his athlete was disturbed at the start because somebody called for a start stop at the exact moment she was leaving the gates. What are your next step? Video is available. Playing.
May have to go into presentation.
No,
View. Screen. Oh, no, it's good.
Oh, it just took a time.
I heard go, 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 go,
Yeah.
go, but I didn't hear start stop.
No hesitation.
There's no hesitation on her part.
No, no hesitation at all.
This very nice and fast sprint downhill, because we can wait in the top 5. Waiting Allison Mullin, the US. See Allison, and she was one of the favorites of the range of the favorite. For the win, the US, Allison Mullin with the big number 5.
Let me get him on flag.
We'll find nothing.
Allison.
Okay. Nice try.
At no point did I hear anybody call a start stop.
Did
you?
Sure, done.
Yeah, I my ears are bad as well. I didn't hear it, but it's like so let's assume somebody called a start stop.
That stops right away.
Is there any validity in the rerun on this run that we just saw?
No.
Anybody wants to chime in?
Mike says if it doesn't matter if someone did call it, the racer continued. They have no right for a rerun. Annette said, why did she not stop at the start of the track?
No.
Yeah, I mean
I
it's
think if you stopped, you're obviously gonna, even if it wasn't, probably.
She got to stop.
So
That's,
we
that's
had
the
many,
rule. If
very
there's a
unlikely
function,
that she heard it.
you have to stop,
Yeah.
otherwise.
Yeah.
There's no gate, you either stop or go around and measure your blade.
Yeah.
Audio's coming from this side, I gotta bring in my left ears. I never heard it any of the times. When your shoes so focused.
I mean, to me this is pretty clear cut. It's 623.1.1.
Yeah, JF posted the exact same thing, just as you said it.
Not like there was a flag.
Yeah, there's no flag, then that is a jury controlled rerun anyways. But I mean, competitors who are obstructed while racing must stop immediately. Period. Right?
Yeah, no, had she stopped right away, I don't think even it was personally like, okay, whatever, just get back in here, nothing, you weren't advantaged, you were. But getting a full, nice and clean run.
I mean, one of the suggestions that came out of this discussion that we had with this as well is maybe for the start ref to wear earpiece as well. so that the radio cannot be heard that easily over, and to possibly disturb somebody at start. The other thing for start referees always to be conscious about is don't say go ahead in into your radio. Because that can be confusing as well, so
I like Carmen's comment as to a few other people online saying this also highlights why start refs should be wearing headsets to avoid auditory interference with the racer.
Yeah.
And yeah, 100%. The headset connectors for most of the radios that we use out there are relatively inexpensive to get, and
That's where we are.
it's a good thing to have in the kit.
Mhm. Yep.
Although most of them do go in your ear, so I suggest having your own, not sharing it around. You're into that.
Different thing.
Yeah.
this one doesn't have
Oh, video.
video. No. Let's start. And slalom race run 1. Snow conditions on the skiers' left track for men were reported as quite soft. In comparison, the ladies' track held up significantly better. The jury decided to move men's second run from the planned reset on the skiers' left to a redress of the women's first run course on the skiers' right. This decision allowed the men's second run course inspection time to remain as originally scheduled, but required that the men run before the women in the second run, thereby moving the men's start time slightly earlier. The change was communicated in the official WhatsApp group approximately 10 minutes before the second run course inspection. Racer BIP 16 was reported by the start referee as DNS, scheduled to start in the 17th position. After approximately 25 competitors had started, the start referee reported that BIP 16 was present at the start and requested to race. In accordance with ICR 613.6, a provisional run was granted to be inserted after BIP 2, 30th starter of run 1. After the final competitor had finished, the jury convened and noted that all other athletes from his team were on time at the start. It was therefore concluded that no force majeure had occurred. The jury decided to retract the provisional run and to report BIP 16 did not start on the referee report. The referee report for run 2 was published in WhatsApp group at 1365 with the protest deadline of 1411. At approximately 1400, the referee received a formal protest from the coach accompanied by the required 100 Swiss francs. The jury met with him to hear his reasoning. He explained that the athlete had arrived late on site and for this reason had planned to maximize opportunities for free ski before, during, and after the race. He further stated that all his coaches, technicians, and athletes had been informed of the amended start schedule either before or at the latest during the course inspection, but for some reason this information was not passed on to BIP 16. Finally, he emphasized that the athlete had not intentionally missed his start and had gained no advantage by beginning after the 30th racer. Discuss. Anybody?
I think there's validity to it. It wasn't the published time from the TCM the day before.
Shouldn't move the start.
No, shouldn't have the start. If someone does miss it, I think you give the competitor the benefit of the doubt all
And that's-
cases of this one.
Certainly what,
I would agree with you.
certainly what we always talk about at home. If you change something written, something's gonna go wrong if you move things forward.
Yeah.
And
We got,
He wasn't advantaged by it. There's no way you can say he was advantaged.
we got some interesting comments online. First off, Graham Cope saying not sympathetic. Ty Hetner saying his team let him down. Russell Kirby going, it's not about gaining advantage, it's about missing the start. Was it caused by force majeure or not?
Oops, you can't check.
Oh, you didn't have mercy for us.
There's no right, I think it's one of those ones, there's no right answer, you have to talk as a jury and.
And the answer I got out of this is if Graham's the TD, we're in trouble.
That's what it is.
Yeah. But still, chief of our price and.
Yeah. Time sheet
Yes, yeah.
being moved forward.
Right.
Issue.
Yeah, it's tough if you're
The time's moved.
from the
We made the
official.
assumption it was looking at the WhatsApp.
The rest of the team.
Mike McDowell chiming in with it was communicated, his coach knew, his team know, he should have known. The ROC must have the flexibility to make these changes. Racers need to know it might happen and keep their awareness up. And Aaron, with what level race is this? And that's a good question as well. I mean,
You know,
that might adjust.
poor
how
14-year-old just, good day at Whistler, want to get up and run.
Yeah. Vanessa, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I've heard from other TDs that you can move a start time later, but you can't move the start time up from what you've already published at the TCM. And that if you do move it up, it can be protested.
That's common. I don't know if it's a rule, but it's certainly a common, that's what we always talk about in our races.
In any case, we've tried not to move start times up, even though it would be to the advantage of the ROC.
Our go-to.
And I guess one way we've dealt with this is making a pretty aggressive schedule. And then, you know, like relaxing it if you have made it too aggressive.
Again, with WhatsApp going on now, and yeah, you have a schedule on TCM and all that stuff, but with snow conditions and stuff always changing, being an outdoor sport and communication with WhatsApp, it's, you know, there's a lot of avenues for people, for coaches and athletes to be informed what's going on.
So it's probably a good idea to mention that at the team captains meeting, especially if you know that weather is coming in.
Correct.
Just to make sure that everybody, all the coaches are aware that you might be making it at the last minute, and make sure the coaches inform their athletes.
That's why there's always a weather discussion at TCMs. And also potentials for, you know, when snow is coming in and warm wind and all that kind of stuff. So again, with technology now, we are getting more and more communication, and all the coaches are dialed in. Usually they should be, not usually, yeah, they should be, as well as the jury, ROC. So that you can be flexible to move things around. You know, if it's a huge shift, then that's a different problem. But this is just kind of a minor 10-minute shift to kind of capitalize on the day, which is what we need to do always as ROC and TDs.
Yeah, I would say definitely discuss it, the possibility ahead of time, so the team captains are aware, and get consensus that the ROC reserves the right to do that, or the jury reserves the right to do that, and just try to avoid any possibility that this would be an issue if you did actually bump the start forward. Because yeah, as a general rule, don't do that. But if you absolutely think you need to, have discussed it ahead of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's like everything, right? It comes out to communication prior and during, and then it's at the end it's up to the jury in this case as well, and that's where you probably will have not the a different jury decides different ways as well. How much lenient are you in this, and are you letting this rerun stand or not? I mean, that is ultimately up to the jury, and that will be deciding on the level and all kinds of other factors, right? And I mean, you can make an argument either way, I think, in this case. Nobody?
Yeah, I think that covers it.
So, you know, this again is, to me, is an interesting final decision talking point. So the jury is delivered at length, careful reviewing all relevant factors, including the calculation of the 8% cutoff for Continental Cup point allocation. It was noted that BIP's 16 second runtime would have placed him 11th overall. After thorough consideration, the jury concluded that it is the responsibility of the athlete and the coaches to remain informed of all schedule changes communicated through official channels. The information presented did not constitute force majeure. Furthermore, allowing the provisional run would have unfairly impacted COC points for athletes who would otherwise have finished behind BIP 16. The jury therefore unanimously decided to deny the protest and confirmed BIP 16 did not start second run. Decision was communicated to the coach. I have a real problem with this, as does it matter in your decision what the result is?
No, it shouldn't.
You know, to me, that should not come into consideration. It's either you make that decision, but you should be, to me, as a jury, you should be blind about the result.
Yeah.
Like I have a real problem with this, that this affects the results of other races or whatever. I respect either decision, but to me, the result should not be come a fact in your decision making.
Interesting.
I don't know if anybody sees that difference, but to me, it's like
The fact that they included that as part of the rationale does seem to make it even more suspect. In the chat, there still does seem to be people who feel that the racer's time shouldn't have gotten, and people that seem to think that it has, I think. So it's still, I think, a split decision here.
Well, I probably would think that there's different juries will decide in different ways in this case. That's why you have a jury. There's no cut way that this is like this should be this way or this should be this way. I think that's why we have juries, and that's why the juries can decide and see what the circumstances are. But to me, it's like you should not put the results into your decision making.
Is the door done? Okay.
Yeah,
I'll be just
that's a
hanging
good
around
point,
here.
Mark. I think you're right, Mark. It's more about the force majeure, right? And disadvantage, advantage. That's the comments in the chat too. It seems like this jury decision was kind of a rationalization of their decision by the points allocation and all that stuff, which, yeah, you're starting to mess around with results. It's about advantage or disadvantage, right?
Lost.
What just happened there? Oh, there's the audio back. Your HDMI seemed to have gone for a second. Shouldn't have had anything to do with me. No, sorry, it was our side. Our speaker got cut off for a second there, which was weird because all I did is plug in a microphone. But yeah, we lost audio there for a second. If you can just repeat yourself for the group here.
I kind of siding with Mark a little bit. Not a little bit. I think he's right. It's about force majeure or not, with advantage or disadvantage, and that's kind of the chat channels showing the same thing. You know, I think they're using the points cutoff and results as kind of a rationalization of their decision, and where it should just really stand on his force majeure point of view. And again, going back to what, the start is, everything's being communicated through channels, and there has to be some flexibility on start here because of the weather. So again, it's, yeah, I agree with Mark.
All right. See where we at. Let's get out of this. Just want to bring up. Are we running? Okay, so we're a bit ahead of time. Good. I just want to bring for everybody. QRS. So BC Alpine. Oh. So it's under programs.
We usually have it up by early December. The
I
final.
think this is last year's
Last
version,
year.
so right. So
We usually get it up by early December for the current season. So last year's most of the rules will be the same, but some minor changes.
yeah, I don't expect a lot of changes. I mean, the big thing about the QRS is basically that there's no more that there's no more percentages of minimum maximum required, right? So this is the big change to the ICR. It is just all on distance, but you don't have a minimum maximum that you need to fulfill in your course setting. And I think that's the big one. The other ones are pretty much still this. I don't expect any changes. The amount of hairpins and flushes, it's pretty much all from the IC. It's all comes from the ICR,
The
right?
one
So
delay in Sloan for U14 isn't, though. It's different in the national rules. And I was at an event where there was two and there was discussion on it. I'm not sure, because that in the children's rule in the ICR, it says two, and in one, in the national rules, it does as well. So I'm not sure if if we're interpreting that right.
I'm not sure where Johnny's gonna go on that for the that rule this year for ours, but we should be having our rules should supersede the national rules when it
Yeah.
comes to events within BC.
Yeah,
So it kind of flows up the hill,
I
so,
understand that. There was discussion around it, so that's why I brought it up.
and I don't know where it's going to.
So and Bobby, I want to bring this up as well. Where do you find the national rules? Because it's why it's well hidden, I find.
And well, the new system's much better than the last one. It's less hidden than it used to be.
So you go onto the bottom.
Very bottom of the webpage.
Right bottom of the webpage and resources. And it comes up, I believe, as the first item, right?
Whereas historically, it used to be even if you sent someone to the right page, you then had to tell them to click a button. Because you couldn't send them to the page with the data. You could only send them to the page that led to the data.
Yeah.
At least now you can send someone this link.
Like you can, so this is where you go. So then you go. This is criteria, and then under officials, there's the link now for the. There's the PDF for the national competition rules, and that is the one for this year. So 2026. I think I know this. So for the competition, we this is now national standard. The random draws have all become national standard. How we do it. The BC was leading that way. This is now national standard. how we do the draw. I don't think we've ever done this, but so a competition with U16, U14 Super G should be homologated. So it doesn't have to be on a homologated Super G or GS course. It's supposed to be approved by a technical advisor. I wanted to go course. So if you see on this is basically the standards are still there. There's the max and minimum of gates is still in there. And there's the slalom consistent minimum of minimum of 1 or 3 delays.
1 to 3. So
Yeah.
their U14 course can have 3 delays.
Yes.
And then ICR it says 1. I mean, QRS it says 1.
Yeah. I mean, that's. I'm not sure if I almost think that that's Nathalie just taking it from the ICR on the men's side and not on the children's side. But I talked about the minimum maximum. So for the technical specifications, guidelines for the jury, taking into account course specifications, juries on the recommendation of the referee and course setter may approve course settings, change of direction counts that the jury feels necessary for the security of the athletes, taking into consideration age group, turn shape, and so on, that are different.
So we can do whatever.
So basically, in the national rules, that is still in there. But if you jury inspect the course, that might go over the maximum or is under the minimum, you can still approve it using this. And that's what I wanted to bring up. It still has it in there, but it comes down to the jury that they can actually change it. Questions?
So, Mark, does that mean, going back to like the very first question about the delay not getting put in, could the jury make the decision in this case based on a recommendation that a delay does not need to be put in? That's what this is saying.
Yeah, they could. But this would be only allowed at the children's race for that is basically under ACA rules, right? So this would be only the Westerns that it would apply at the present time. I believe that's the only one I can think about. What's the Cup U14? Maybe. I don't know what rules the Vista Cup do their own rules anyways.
Yeah, I'll say that I think those have different, I don't know how that falls in.
I don't know where the U14 on the Whistler Cup falls into who's actually
Excellent question. I should look into that.
who is actually
Isn't
the
it not, it's not even a race, it's just a festival.
Say, I that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's just a club. It's just a club race, right? So would be club rules would apply, whatever. So it's only Western and Eastern that the national rules are actually applying to.
And I believe Diane's right on that one. It's a BC race for the U14 16s or a Fiskinder event. So
Right.
again, being that it falls into a festival format there, I don't know if there's a specific rule in play.
Yeah, I don't know either, because it's a weird hybrid, because it's not really. I've talked to Johnny about that a few times. It's not really a BC BC rule sanctioned race as well. It's kind of on the
We're
weird
not
side.
providing a TD to it, are we?
We do.
We do, okay.
Well, we're not paying for a TD for them. They pay for the TD.
But it's our TD.
We normally, yeah, they used to choose their own TD. Now I'm normally selecting somebody that they like. So
They're rep codex, right? A rep codex, not a NAP codex.
Yeah, well, when they provide results.
yeah, I don't think it comes up in the points, right? U14, no.
There's no points at all in
Yeah.
regards to it. And
Yeah.
honestly, much of the years we don't get the results at all.
Yeah.
We chase them consistently.
Henry. I've got a question on the U12 equipment rules, just with regard to helmets. In the QRS, it says FIS helmets are recommended, not mandatory for U12. Hardier requirements for tech events, soft ears okay for NGSL. So I just sort of scratched my head on this one a little bit. At a zone race where the U16s and U14s are going to run in a national points race, and you're going to have a separate race for U12 on the same day, is that a tech event for which hardier requirements are required? Or is that an NGSL event?
I've always treated those as a Nancy Green race. Okay.
Yeah.
And that has always been my approach as a TD, that I'm going into a U14, U12. I'm really not responsible for the U12 race.
Yeah.
That is to me a separate race, and that runs under Nancy Green rules.
I back Mark on that one for
Yeah,
sure.
fair enough.
Yeah, we want them to be able to attend the event. We don't want to throw the U14 qualifiers into the U12s.
Yeah, and the U12 race runs separately from the U14 and up race. If you had, little Johnny shows up and he's got his new soft ear helmet, he can run, because that's for the purposes of applying this rule, that's an NGSL race or event for
at a tech event.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you.
Nothing else?
Question from Falco on this one. Does that not impact safety if there are other gates in the field? Are you running the U12s down the U14, U16 course?
No.
Is the first question.
No, you separate the courses. I mean, it's the same. It's the same way as we would do set up two slaloms, men's, women's slalom. The thing that you need to keep in mind is that the gates that we, the one thing, and that has been, I think, done through a lot of the videos about clean cores and everything, is the gates should be set properly so they can react properly, even on the cores that you do not use. Do not put the gates upside down in the snow. Don't bend them over in the snow. If they're in the visual area that they need to be removed, then remove them and mark that spot with whatever, the stubby or brush gate or whatever you want to use to mark it. As long as the gates are properly set in the snow, they are not providing a safety hazard because they are meant to flex and get out of the way. But we normally run different start areas because there's different requirements as well for it's a much shorter course for the U12s normally than the U14s run. So, yeah. I haven't come across that as a real issue. Anything else, Kevin?
Nothing else has come out in the chat. Oh, sorry, something just did. Falco again. What drives the hard ear requirement?
Pardon?
What drives the hard ear requirement?
I have no idea. That's just yeah. Yeah, this is basically the rule that's a FIS ski helmet from GS up has to have hard ear requirements. It doesn't apply to slalom. You would have to ask the FIS technical advisors on that one.
Matthew Duke chimed in on that one saying side impact at higher speeds.
Okay.
The rationale. That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Not sure what else you could come up with.
All right, now I'm gonna have to get into this. So now we're trying this polling thing again. If I can bring this up.
We have easier luck with that with people already being in, but for those that can't answer, hopefully we can put the questions up on the screen and you can just follow along.
Trying to bring this up. So now we're going to. So I've got a couple of videos, and it's basically it's the question is TSQ yes or no on all of this four, I guess. Let's see if that's launching. That should be out now.
In the
hopefully.
chat, I see the poll as a link within the chat for this event. Yeah.
Video.
Of course, we can't answer that without actually seeing the video for this, I guess.
No, the video is coming. I'm gonna play that a few times here.
Okay, on my, I don't know about other people online, but for my share, all I'm seeing is your whole screen. You still have that on your other screen? Have you split your screens?
Yeah, might have to. Let me just get. Yeah, sorry. I have to share this one. Sorry.
You gotta share your whole window. Want to share the video?
Well, there was a share button here. Now I'm just paused again. So there's my poll. Why is it not share? I have to go back here. Share.
It's the big share in the top right. Yeah, don't hit leave. And again, scroll to the top of your screen and have it so that you're sharing for video. Optimize for video and optimize for have sounds. Those two check boxes right here and here. Share sound. Should be good.
All right. All right, my IT person has gone through it. You got it now?
Should be good.
Should be good.
Fortunately, that's as big as the video gets. 'Cause
Yeah,
the way it was
this
set.
video is just small.
They gave you lots of black space. It's part of the video.
Yeah.
Part of the challenge.
Yeah. These are the sort of cameras they bought for the World Juniors.
Oh, I will start it again. That's.
ouch, Kevin. On the
Yeah, you
cameras.
know, exactly, where you could count the pixels. You don't even need to go to your toes.
That was horrid.
I'll show it one more time. Make a decision. All right.
All right, so we're supposed to go into the chat now, click on view poll, and that was bib 16, I presume?
That was bib 16.
All right.
Yeah. He went around every gate.
Now gonna go bib 11.
That says bib 31 and the one you just clicked on.
Bib 31, sorry.
Okay,
Does it say bib 31 on the poll?
let's find out. I'm gonna click on the view poll again. I'm gonna go to question number 2, and it's 31.
Okay. Just go back here. Where's my bib 30?
I think I gotta jot it down on a piece of paper or something. If I try to view the poll, I can't see the video. Ooh, what happened there?
It's short.
Just having fun.
That's really short.
That's so close.
That's a recording of someone's screen with all
Yeah.
that weird lines.
Yeah. Missed the blue one. Oh, it's really hard to see that. You missed the blue one.
They missed the blue one entirely, I think.
Go again.
Okay.
If anything, he hit it with one ski only.
Yeah, but he went around the wrong gate.
All right.
Pretty much slow mo there.
We got 87.
16, 31, 87, 11.
Roddy, yeah. Yeah. Wow, this was fun.
Oh.
The tip did not go.
Yeah, the tip didn't go around.
It's not close.
Right there,
Yeah, for the mid, but not the tip.
not the tip.
But we tried.
There's a slow mo.
I show the slow-mos after we get the results. This is too easy. This is too easy. You're the gate judge right now.
This is the
You're gate judging.
We're lucky to even get a replay, is what you're telling us.
Yes.
There we see Taika.
Well, can we run out there and check the line?
Fourth racer.
Yeah, no.
All right, make a decision.
11 is the last one.
11, right? Let's go, G.
Yeah.
Skis didn't stop moving.
No. Yeah. Only never is. She didn't get through the thing, she said.
Hey, that's sanction, not a disqualification.
All right.
All right, so now the poll, we got 9 people have answered so far.
Yeah, I don't know, we're coming.
11 people, 12 in. 14 responses, 15 responses. That's working for some people. Again, apologies for those that don't, but yeah, feel free to mark down your own responses and follow along with us.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just you know, I'm just trying to engage everybody while
Great idea.
we're online, and it's like, you know, this is the thing that I'm trying to do with these meetings, is just to get some engagement from the people that are not joining us in person, and you know, it's
Yeah, great idea.
just one of those things I'm trying to bring in. All right, so we got the responses there. What can you bring the responses up there, Kevin? Or
I see with number 1, we've got 86% said no.
okay,
Bib number 16.
so bib number 16. So now you're gonna see the slow
No mean, okay.
No disqualification.
Oh, there it is right there.
So what do you think now?
I changed my mind. Yeah.
It's really hard to see it. Speaking.
It's
I would have spent $100 on that. I can argue anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, right? You know,
What gate was it from?
How did the
it was
suddenly get
it
that
was
big?
basically gate above the I go to that fast one again.
Show that one again.
You couldn't see the feet fast. You couldn't see it.
Yeah, this is the one where everything was so small on this one.
Oh,
That's that one there, the one that's just bouncing right now, right?
Did you do it one more time?
You see there's, you know,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, it's because you're so far away. I mean, it's
The
hard
only
to
way
see,
I'd be going
right?
to see
It's
if we
like-
can look at the snow if you're actually right there.
Right, it's a tricky one. No doubt about it.
Isn't way down the stand there. There's some people make mistakes.
Yeah, but I mean, you're still a fair amount distance as a gate judge. I mean, look how clean the course is all around here. So your gate judge is somewhere over here, or down here, probably watching more for that combination, anyways. You know, it's not easy.
No, if you, one
Good
could argue.
comment online here from Vanessa Lund saying the gate moving in a different way from the others is a good hint.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
But is
It
that
does
enough
look
to
wonky.
DSQ
This
something?
is it. Did you clearly see it?
Yeah.
And then, I mean, I could also argue if it's that really hard to see, oh, well, it probably won't materially impact the race if you can barely even see it.
If the only evidence is a tiny grainy video, then I think he's okay. Thanks, Scott. Number 31 here, we have 86% say yes, they should be disqualified.
Yeah, I think this one is pretty clear, right? He missed the second gate in the vertical combination there.
Yeah.
You know, and now that one, I mean, it was already fairly slow as well, so that one was easier to see. It's bigger there as well. This gate here is not.
The previous one's harder. I mean,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
when the guy's starting to lose it, you're the other one didn't even see the person struggling, right? It's that one on the normal turning pole. It's so much hard to see when you stay strong in your skis.
This was 87 now.
Bib number 87, we have an 86% say yes. This is a disqualification.
No, this was disqualification. I mean, I didn't get it.
This is a tough one. This is so close. It's like.
And This one I said.
Oh, that is fast motion, that looked a lot different.
Yeah, this looks a lot better. So incredible.
There's actually another one. I think it's just I remember right.
There's a second answer.
Double slow.
Look comfortable.
Wow.
You made it.
I think it's binding it.
Is ski go over the blue one? Spent. No? Yeah, he's clearly on the upside. Yeah.
Looks good there.
Tips and boots.
So what we're looking for is tips and boots, right? So tips, no problem. Boots,
Yeah, sure. So far.
Look good around the hole.
fine, right?
It's gonna make it for sure.
Trying to get that. It's fine to boot it.
Aaron believes that the blue one looks like it goes between the legs.
Nope.
I'm not sure that it does there. It looks like right now.
No, it's
a
just
boot
been
tip
bent
in the
now.
boot.
Yeah, he's
Go
on
back
his
to
toe.
a couple.
like if you go like he's not you can see clearly he's not gonna get that in between his legs. That would be almost impossible at this point. You can clearly see the pole is on this side of the ski.
Yeah, the arc point there seems to be where it's connecting with the ski and the boot.
Yeah.
Which would be, it would have to be on the downhill side.
Yeah, and
Mark, the only
sorry,
the only way he managed to get that bend on that blue pole was by getting the ski tip on the wrong side of it.
So.
no,
Correct.
he's bending it with the bend comes from his hand. He's
No, it
hitting
doesn't.
it with his hand.
Go back a few frames.
Yeah,
You'll see in about a frame or two it starts to bend. His hand
What?
isn't close.
where's the ski tip right now?
Where's his hand?
No, ski tip's on the wrong side of the gate.
Here?
It's on the uphill of the gate.
No, it's on the uphill of the gate.
No, I don't
Like
think so.
I don't believe so.
Because
Okay.
watch where it starts to bend. Forward it just a little bit and watch where it starts to bend. It doesn't bend at his hand, it bends at that ski.
Bends at the ski.
At the ski, it's but
that's the foot.
But it's the tip. The tip is not on the inside
See
there.
if you can step it through each one, I think. Step it frame by frame.
Now we are kind of cheating here because we've got this on a 65-inch TV. So we're seeing them quite big in the room here.
On the ski tip. Yes.
But those pixels look like,
You can get one more.
how fast can you pause and unpause? Oh,
I'm trying to just
That
move
looks
that
like-
cursor in there.
Still straight.
it still looks like.
Still straight up and down.
Yeah.
The ski tip is as
But
not
straight,
bended.
still straight up and down.
Ski tip was there.
Still straight.
Yeah, it still looks like it's behind that pole.
But it's still straight and it's not like the tips now.
Now it's starting to
Now
bend.
it
It's
connects
bending
to
where
the
the ski is connecting to it down below.
The ski looks.
But from the uphill.
It's hitting with this. Middle of the
That-
ski.
That bend you can see right now is only physically possible with the ski on the wrong side of the gate.
Nope, disagree.
No,
I
Mike, it's
disagree.
not.
No,
It's on the
No,
uphill.
Mike, it's, I've seen this before.
It's a clear passage.
Quite- Thanks, Wade. Is that Wade? It's
Yeah.
a clear passage, I agree. You see this a lot with these guys, it's actually hitting on it'll hit the binding and it flicks his ski a bit and he gets around it, but it pushes the boot around the gate. It's clicking off the binding. It's just being pushed by the edge here, right before the binding, and then when it gets the real big bend, it's his binding hits the gate and really knocks it down and keeps his boot inside the gate line.
Yeah, I mean, if the ski's above the gate there, but on the correct side, it hits it, it's still gonna flex it there.
Yeah, and
You
then
see
it gets
now
a
it's
real
starting,
big,
it's leaning down the hill now towards us, which means
And
the
you'll get
ski's
a
on the
big-
correct side pushing it.
he'll get a big flick here on his leg to the inside.
One more? And if it was on the other side of the ski, going up between his legs.
Yes.
Right there. You see now the real big bend when it hits the kind of the toe piece and
Yeah.
Yeah.
that
And you
that
couldn't hit the toe if it was between your legs.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those binding toe kicks.
That's the frame right there. I agree with you, Gordon. That's the one that convinced me, is because it looks right there like it's caught on the tip of his boot.
Yeah, exactly. I've
And
seen
then-
this quite a bit the last few years. These kids are getting strong and they can power through it. But
Go a little bit forward and you can actually see the white tail of his ski on top of the gate.
Well, the tail doesn't matter. The tail can be
Tail
on
doesn't matter
on top
anymore.
of the gate.
There's no way for the tail to get back on top of the ski. It's a physical impossibility.
Yeah, how would it get on top of it if it's
Well,
on
let's
top?
see that. I don't
Where's
think
that frame? I haven't seen
Go
that.
go
That
go
would
about
change my
another
opinion.
frame or two forward.
see how his foot's getting flicked back inside?
Yeah. But you
That's
see his white tail. If you go a little bit further, just when you see, you'll actually see the tail on top. One more frame, probably.
Go on, keep going.
I don't see it.
Don't see it.
He'll slip. Yeah, if he falls on the gate.
Yeah, he would slide on that gate if
See,
he's
the
on
blue
top
gate
of it.
now is really bent down. It's over
the
top of
gate's-
the red gate. It's over
Blue
the
gate
top.
is now in the snow, buried, nose down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right
it's-
now,
it's-
the blue gate's wrapped around his foot.
No, it's not.
No, it's
No,
it's down in
here,
the snow.
No.
If you follow that Mark's mouse there, you can see where it's going.
Yeah, you've seen this a lot of times. They'll plant that tip of that pole into the snow. You see that sometimes in slalom where the gate just sticks in the snow and stays there.
And that's the only thing that could be making that mark that's now on the screen in front of the red pole is the blue pole.
Correct.
Yeah.
Keep that on the gate. Yeah. Yeah, the house. Yeah.
One more?
I wanted for a bag of finish or something else. His elbow and false.
See right there.
No, it's still not on top. It's inside.
The
That
blue
ski-
is
Look at the tail.
the tail's behind. The gate is
Tail's
still pressed
behind.
down in front.
But still, it doesn't matter. The boot went around the gate.
Oh,
It's not.
Yeah, but the ski in this picture right here is on top of the blue gate.
And also because
As
the
Mark,
boot,
as Mark would say, if we're still discussing it this long, give it to the racer and we'll go from here.
is that your kid, Wade?
Yeah.
Do you know what? I think that is Sam Wall. So yeah, it is one of my guys.
Cool.
Yeah. So
I like Carmen's comment on this one. I just want to read that one out. Is this could be debated forever, but the exercise highlights the jury process in dealing with DSQs at the finish between races and the end of a race. You've been talking about this already for 10 minutes here. Imagine being a jury trying to make this decision in real time on the hill.
No kidding. That's good.
Yeah.
Totally true.
Are they handing out the rewards?
and making that decision on
On this small
the small video screen
which
that
was
the
not on a
coach is
50
showing you.
PB, but was on a 3-inch.
You know.
Yeah. Funny.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a really good one.
Okay, and then the last one, there's no.
Bib
there's-
11, we have 83% people say it should be disqualified.
Yeah. There's no slow-mo. I'm just gonna stop it where it comes, it becomes relevant. I try to.
I'm kind of curious where 17% of people say this is correct.
I flipping a coin.
So where's the race line?
Yeah.
Right?
There are,
Yes,
there
this
are
is
outside
this
gates.
is the red
There are
gate,
outside
right?
gates in
Where
this?
is she going?
Yeah.
On the inside. There's no outside gates.
No, is it? Yeah, there are, I think there are. outside gates.
I think there is.
Yeah, there is.
For sure there's outside.
So that changes things. That's what I was like, if you go back a bit, there's outside.
It
gates.
doesn't matter if there's outside gates or not. There's
Well,
I'm wondering if
I
that's
thought there was on all of them.
661,
Yeah,
there are.
4.1, it's outside gates.
There's
Oh,
outside
yeah.
gates, so all you have to do is go break the line between the two, and you can't see the other outside gate on these angles, so it's really hard.
yeah,
to see.
the outside gate is there.
To me, I would argue this was full stop. Because even though she's continually moving, she changed the direction of roughly, but then mathematically, if you look at what's the full stop, that she made it actually a full stop.
You gotta get the right coach though that explains that the Earth is rotating at 10,000 miles an hour, and therefore you're never actually at a full stop.
I don't think her skis ever came to complete stop.
No.
Yeah.
There's no complete stop, but I mean, the blue lines are marking the race course.
Yeah.
Right? That's the marks for the inside of the turn here. You're coming out of this turn, you're going into this turn next, and clearly on the wrong side. No, but I mean the gate.
The gate, yeah.
Yeah, she's missing the gate. No, I'm just saying that she's missing.
She would have crossed the plane. She easily could have, I just
Yeah.
can't tell. It's
Yeah.
just like, there's no way to tell, I don't know. Whether she crossed the thing.
Yeah, she would have to go around this way. Yeah. No, she was DQ'd for missing the gate.
So 614.2.2, they're going to continue after a gate fault.
Well, I'm pretty sure she got penalized because this is World Cup, this is Georgia. She probably got a 900 Swiss franc fine for continuing on.
But she just had to go up a little bit higher and she would have crossed the line.
All right, break time, I think. If I got my okay, I have on the agenda ski cross update.
We've only lost 10 people from the online meeting.
It's not bad.
And one of them just came back.
So regarding rules on ski cross, there's zero changes. In the ICR, they have made no adjustments to any rules.
During the
and
discussions, was there any timeline put on when we're going to be integrating ski cross result points into the Alpine system?
No.
Yeah.
So the integration of ski cross into the Alpine world is, I believe, still an ongoing thing, but it wasn't even brought up at all at this update. Didn't get brought up at last year's update as well. It seems to be almost on the back burner again. So I really don't know what's happening on the international level with that,
Well,
but
there's a lot of
it's
focus I noticed in the updated IT newsletter from FIS recently about the integration now with Para.
Yeah.
That they fully now integrated Para results and live timing and all that into the FIS system.
Yeah.
But there was no note at all about ski cross. So I was curious if anything was brought up in the meetings.
No, I think ski cross is gone back onto the back burner a little bit. I'm not sure if they can't agree on stuff or what is happening there, but it's yeah. Para has been they've worked really hard on this upgrading on Para.
Yeah.
But on the ski cross side has been nothing new as development. I really don't know where it stands now and where it's going, and I mean, regardless, on the rule side, the same for Alpine. We had some small changes, but because it's an Olympic year, changes are normally not drastic. I anticipate more rule changes coming next season on all levels, possible. But what's happened on ski cross is they have moved rules out. They split the rules between ski cross and snowboard cross. It used to be the same rule subset. In the ICR, it was on the under 5,000. Now 5,000 just deals with snowboard cross, but that happened already last year. And the subset of ski cross is now into 7,000. So that they split the rules because we had some of the rules that were applying only to snowboard cross, some to the ski cross. So they've moved that apart already last year. But there has been no specific rule changes regarding ski cross. There's a few new tracks coming to this province. I mean, Sun Peaks put a track in last year. It's partially built out of dirt, so the bank turns are built out of dirt. They did a NORAM snowboard cross event there last year, January, and they're doing a NORAM ski cross as well as snowboard cross for this upcoming season in Sun Peaks. So I believe the snowboard cross is in January again, and the ski cross is in February. Kimberly is looking into putting a ski cross in. I don't know where that development stands right now, how far they have gotten to it.
The dirt track is in,
Okay.
and there's start gates buried in the ground.
Yeah. Yeah. So they have built the dirt track as well there. So you planning to do any races there this season, or I haven't seen anything on the calendar or anything.
I'm uncertain about who the organizing body is behind that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I know that they're putting in. There is it's up on our calendar as well as a level 2 ski cross officials course at Nakiska in early January. I've asked Kevin to put it onto our calendar as well, but you can see it on the calendar, and then there's a link that pushes you to the Alberta calendar to sign up for the course. So if you're interested, it's the plan is to do it in the in participation with a training event / race, so that that officials can get some practical stuff there as well. So that's pretty much it that I can think of ski cross side, unless there's questions.
Sharon's asked if there's any plans to do a level 3 ski cross officials course.
Not that I know of at this point. The problem is facilitator. At the present time, it's only Paul Plotz who is facilitating the course. So he's out of Ontario. He's done a level 3 the last time out west in combination with the World Cup event.
He says there hasn't been one in 3 years.
Yeah, probably even more. I mean, it's will at the end of the day, it's there's ski cross is you don't even need to have a certain officials course to do certain positions like chief of competition or whatever. That doesn't there's no regulations there. So yeah, it's the problem with this with the level 3 on the ski cross side basically is that nobody other can teach us, so it's very restricted at the present time. And I don't know what the answer is to that and how we get past that.
We have a new meetings going on with the National Officials Committee. I'm wondering if that can be brought up there as to making it so that we have at least one level.
Well, I come to that
on the other
one.
side of the country.
We are working on that. So there's representation from ski cross is in the ACA working group. I have that on the calendar, on that agenda for later as well. I want to talk about that, but it's looking at the composition of that working group, I doubt that there's a lot of, we talked a bit about ski cross, but not necessarily too much. Anything else? Any questions? Somebody want to chime in? Anet, you have anything on the ski cross side? Guess not. You were at the meeting.
Sorry, Mark, I'm in the middle of working here today at the ferry landing, but I missed that whole section, so I have zero data. I apologize profusely.
I just wanted to see if you're still there or not.
I'm coming and going as the ferry gets loaded and unloaded. So we're good. I'm trying to pay attention.
Okay. So let's do another video session of in or out, DSQ or not. Let's bring this up. Where's my? Oops. Stop sharing again. No. Sorry.
I should be able to get the poll ready if you want to start the videos ready.
Sure.
So that's the third set of polls.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the third set of polls.
They have been launched.
Sounds good.
There's 3 of them this time.
Yeah, there's 3. So Kevin's doing this. So we have BIP 52. Para event.
Yes.
Allah good.
Yes.
Ah.
Yes.
No, we made it.
But you, what is it?
Yes.
See the outside photos over there.
Oh, yeah, you made it. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
See that again, one more time.
Yeah, almost.
Yes.
All right.
The outside pollers are the last one for the other course.
No?
It should be the outside.
Should be.
Yes.
Yes, it is. There's 2 poles there.
There's 2 poles. You can see the 2 poles in there.
Last
You can see the
not
2.
turn
You
it.
can see the 2 poles there.
The delay.
You see. See the outside pole there. You know which way you need to go.
Yes.
Right there's the outside pole. All right, that was 52. And then this is, I can't remember, this is BIP.
It should be going, oh, the poll is taking a few moments to load. 52, 88, and
88
1.
and then 1, yeah. So this is 88. 'Cause I didn't.
Dai, force speed.
Sì, comunque col programma, però ti mancano delle cose che... Grazie. Però se devo lasciarci... Oh, grazie. Bravi, ora vengo Gloria.
Dai, force speed.
Sì, comunque col programma, però ti mancano delle cose che... Grazie. Però se devo lasciarci...
Oh.
Bravi, ora vengo Gloria.
I believe World Juniors actually.
Yeah. Huh.
Dai, force speed.
Sì, comunque col programma, però ti mancano delle cose che... Grazie. Però se devo lasciarci... Oh, grazie. Bravi, ora vengo Gloria.
He's had well.
Yeah.
Dai, force speed.
Yeah. Not being a
Però ti mancano delle cose che... Grazie. Però se devo lasciarci... Oh, grazie. Bravi, ora vengo Gloria.
Right. That was 88, and then the last one is kind of cool actually, I think.
Untergleich nochmal ein bisschen dreht. Ein sehr anspruchsvoller Untergleich noch mal ein bisschen dreht. Ein sehr anspruchsvoller.
Look at the last gate.
Untergleich noch mal ein bisschen dreht. Ein sehr anspruchsvoller. Untergleich noch mal ein bisschen dreht. Ein sehr anspruchsvoller. Untergleich noch mal ein bisschen dreht. Ein sehr anspruchsvoller.
Jury moved at gates.
Ein sehr anspruchsvoller.
All right.
All right. So those that can click the link, view poll, now's your time to click it and go through your responses. Everybody else just write it down on a piece of paper and be honest. Some responses are coming through. It's only 3 of them. Questions, that is, not responses. Currently 9 and growing. Question number 1 so far, yes is winning. 59-41, but it's close, almost a coin flip. Ooh, 53-47, getting tighter. We have a slow motion on number 1.
Yes.
20 responses in, it is 53-47 still.
Flip a coin.
Huh? That's a jury argument.
So here's 52.
Okay. Okay. It's just one speed. This one is impossible to judge.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Did the tip go around?
Better eyes. Yeah, straight down. That's a classic tip.
It's like straight over top, right?
I wouldn't disqualify. Actually, I would. It has to be because the rule says it has to go around.
Yeah.
It didn't go around.
Yeah.
Over it.
And he just, because he did right over that.
He ran it.
Go straight.
Yeah.
It didn't get blocked to the inside. It didn't hit and go
Yeah.
one way or the other.
That is amazing how straight that thing went down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's going under his right armpit, right? So that means he went through the gate. He went between the 2 poles.
But did it go around his ski? If that's
No, if the question here basically comes down to is that ski tip going around the pole?
Double thing here. Triple thing.
I think it's going right over top of it right now.
Yeah.
It's basically lined that pole up to his ski tip.
Oh, okay.
He got disqualified again. This way.
Yes.
Amazingly, the second Bib 88 is exact same, 53-47.
Okay, so wow, that surprises me because
So in the chat, I do like the comment Falco brought up that benefit should go to the athlete
on that one.
On this one,
is it fair to the other athletes as well? I mean, you kind of have to. You always have to when you make these decisions. To me, it's fairly clear that the tip does not go around; that it's just going over top of it. And you know, if you go for the athlete, you always have to basically consider what is fair to the other athletes as well.
Also not with different last name.
Okay, so this one I thought was pretty clear actually. It's yeah.
Those are all the old ones that are, those are the kids that are archives.
It's a hard turn.
Prossima 4 se lo vedo. All'alba Franci che ti sta sbollando piano piano. Posizione 4, la vediamo meno.
So any more questions about that? That's not a DSQ.
You're still thinking about the waffle shitter.
So this is the outside gate, right? So she's basically skiing that as the inside gate on the wrong side. You know, I mean, this is World Juniors. She's, you know, she might have not seen like a set that had outside gates all her career, right?
And not be
I mean, we
very, not be
changed
very
it.
good at inspecting.
You do not do an inspection, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you.
That's amazing.
Mike McDonald's comment there, she turns around the outside gate beautifully.
Yeah, she doesn't really.
It's hard to do. Points for style. Yeah, points for style.
I mean, as a gate judge, probably one of your clues is the amount of snow that's getting dislodged.
Yeah. Slippers did a great job.
Skiing the pow. All right.
So that one somehow was also a coin flip, and I'm not sure why that was a coin flip, but it was. Next
I think it was a coin flip because she skied it so beautifully that nobody thought that must be the outside gate.
Can't look that good doing the wrong thing. Right? The final one, however, we have an 80% yes.
DSQ?
That was the
Yes, yeah, the DSQ.
80% DSQ.
Okay. Now this is interesting because the second video is from a different angle.
Yeah, that's probably needed.
Nehmt den Riesentorlauf mal mit. Zack, war sie 10. Toller Start in die Saison und im Slalom läuft sowieso bei ihr, Lise.
3., 5., 4. Platz, was kann die
Ja.
heute werden? Jetzt einmal den ersten Durchgang solide durchziehen. Erste Riechzeit in Schneebrennen.
Die letzten Tore für Lena Tür und wir haben die erste.
They look pretty clean to me.
Yeah, perfectly clean. Wow.
Well, I mean, this last one I find really amazing. How the angle of the video changes your perspective, right? I mean,
Nehmt den Riesentorlauf mal mit.
I think if you see
War
this,
sie
there's no
10.
doubt
Toller Start in die Saison und im
that
Slalom
this is
läuft
no
sowieso bei
DSQ.
ihr, Lise.
3., 5., 4. Platz, was kann
Ja,
es heute
that
werden?
was
Jetzt einmal den ersten Durchgang solide durchziehen.
That's what I know why she sounds so angry.
Die letzten Tore für Lena Tür und wir haben die erste.
That's amazing.
Wow.
That it could have looked that way on the other one.
Yeah. Can we see the first one again?
Yeah.
And the first one was a bit
'Cause
hard.
my memory says that was different. I think everybody in this room.
Und du gleich nochmal ein bisschen dreht.
Yeah.
Sehr
Wow.
ansprechend.
Yeah.
Und du gleich nochmal ein bisschen dreht. Ein sehr ansprechend.
This is a good lesson for gay judges.
Und du gleich nochmal ein bisschen dreht.
Where to stand. So they're not in the spill zone, but they can still see.
He's been on and off both video as well as telephone through.
Like, you know, even when you see it there,
That doesn't look
Looks like
right.
she's covering a big.
I'm down, Gretel. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, angles really mess you up.
yeah. I thought that was very interesting, that one.
Yeah.
And you're sure it was the exact same.
Same athlete.
Yeah, I've looked at it at this a
Down
few
there.
times as well because it just doesn't look like it's the same video, right?
No.
It doesn't look like it's the same event.
There's no. I mean, even that frame right there, it looks like she's clearly on the wrong side. Wow.
Yeah, just wait until the coaches start showing up with these AI generated.
So, yeah.
Neben den Riesendorlauf mal mit. Zack, war sie 10. Toller Start in die Saison und im Slalom läuft sowieso bei ihr, Lise.
3., 5., 4. Platz. Was kann es heute werden? Jetzt einmal den Durchgang solide durchziehen. Erste Riechzeit in den Schneebrennen.
Die letzten Tore für Lena Tür und wir haben die erste.
There's a big, that's a big difference between run 1 and run 2.
No.
So that's nice. Yeah.
But that's, you know.
Such a great time, just people watching.
Just want to see what. All right, so.
Can Mark share what the commentator was saying when she was going off like that?
She's basically just saying, oh, she had like a second place, a third place, a fourth place. What can she achieve in this first run? She's just taking it easy on this.
Okay.
So that's basically kind of what she's commenting.
It sounded a little bit different than that too.
Lost in translation.
The Germans always sound angry, don't they?
Like I said, that's just German.
Just language. Right, so it's just, yeah, that's all she was saying. It's just like, you know, how she did this season, and then basically yeah. Okay, so
Practical cases.
practical cases 6 and 7. I was just wondering where I was. Put it all in.
6A, 6B.
All right.
That's everyone's favorite.
Here's a practical case. Racer crashes before the finish line. Unfortunately, no electronic finish impulse is recorded. The manual timekeeper records the time when she crosses the finish line while crashing. Is the impulse valid? Can you provide a rerun? Is the racer DSQ? Here's the video.
Which place?
Oops.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh, must have been really low going through that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always wondering about these, that they miss the impulse. Like,
It doesn't look like a big hole there or anything.
no, I don't know, but apparently it was missed.
Doesn't. I was expecting we were gonna see one of those where the whole middle of the course was bowled out from the rest of the racer. But, yeah.
She missed the blue gate. Okay. She went through the blue gate.
Yeah. So timing, any concerns about timing there?
I'd be concerned that the eyes didn't catch that. The EET from hand timing would be valid if she wasn't gonna be DSQ'd for not proper passage there, but, yeah, there's question as to, when I read this, I was presuming we were gonna see one of those courses where it was so soft, what I'd call, sorry to anybody here, Whistler course, where you end up with a big bowl at the end with the soft snow at the end of the day, and enough room that people can slide underneath it, even if they're standing up, because of how soft the snow has gotten there. But it didn't look like that to me. I agree with a few of the comments around the room here that is surprising that the electronic timing didn't capture that one. And that's one where I would definitely check to see why the eyes are so high that they missed that one. Because if anything, that should have been easier for the eyes to catch because there was more body going through them. Not less body. Usually we only see the ankles and the knees there. But by all means, the hand timing should hold with an EET attached to it if that were a valid run, which is really what I think is up for question here.
But there was no impulse. The first question is kind of strange.
Yeah, well,
No,
Well, the manual hand timing is an impulse. It's an impulse generated by hand timing.
Can you provide a rerun?
Why
Anybody?
would you?
Why would you?
They have a valid hand timing, it's perfectly fine. I mean, you can, but no,
Yeah,
you shouldn't.
don't see why you would.
You can give her a kitten too, but it's just won't be the right answer. She's not gonna make it faster.
So now we're gonna go, the last question was, is the racer DSQ? So in the afternoon before the TCM, the racer who crashed approaches you and asks why she's not disqualified. You explain that she had a time and that her run was valid. However, she insists and asks you to review the video carefully. After reviewing the video, what can you do? So same racer, same video.
This is the same person.
Yeah, we're talking. We're still at it. So she has given a time as we have discussed, and now she's asking why she wasn't disqualified.
Well, that's, yeah. That's the reason why she wobbled, so she went right through that.
She went right through.
Yeah,
Right in between, yeah.
she's lucky she ducked enough.
And she didn't touch anything, so the gate didn't move, so we didn't notice it the first time so much.
Yeah, no, she just, again, she's just.
There's your
lucky she put her head
slow-mo
down.
on that one.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Wow. Did not see that. And getting your heels, coming in hot.
Yeah, she was probably trying to stop because she did that before she went across the finish. At least third.
That's a still shot.
Yeah, top of her helmet, just let that, again, if she was even a little bit more off, that could have been left. Wow.
Clearly couldn't have, because she would have tore it out.
So what do you do now?
So when
Is it not too-
exactly are we?
Is it not too late?
Yeah.
I think it's just.
Didn't look like a winning
time. So how did that should matter?
Yeah, this is.
If I'm understanding your question properly here, we're now past the jury no longer exists.
Well, it's the afternoon before the team captain's meeting now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Raises. What's after second? Doesn't say.
Well, it's just before the team captain's
Yeah,
meeting,
yeah.
so I'm pretty sure when you're ready to do your TCM, you normally done your previous race.
Yeah.
like that's my assumption normally.
Well, it didn't look like she won the race anyway.
You were credit though.
Yeah. Yeah, sad.
Anybody?
Ah.
Anybody online?
Guess she gets a freebie.
Phyllis got
I
her
do.
hand raised. There she goes.
Yep. Happened to me at the Lake Louise NORAM.
You tucked under the gate?
No, a gentleman came in the next day and said he DSQ'd and he was really sorry about it, the athlete. And the TD, I said to him, you can't do this. He didn't finish any better than he started. So I said, there's no advantage. The TD made me pull down the results, redo the results with him as the DSQ the next day and resubmit them. What would you have done if you'd been me? Like, the TD, what recourse do you have if the TD demands it?
Flip in the finger?
Do you work for the TD?
Yeah.
No, I don't think you work for the TD.
I presented my case to him and he still pushed for the DSQ. So, there's nothing, if the TD demands it, where do you go from there with it?
Phyllis, that in your case, that was a self-report from the athlete
Correct. Just
the
like
day
this girl.
after?
Yeah, well, I think it happened that night after the team captains. The same
Then
day.
you had to doctor a ref report after that?
Yeah, I had to go back in and
Yeah, that's a case study by itself, your scenario.
Yeah, write that one out.
well, you know, I didn't know at that time about the tenure of the
Of the jury,
Of the jury.
of the
yeah.
jury, and I would have pushed that.
60144.
It should have been the full jury, not just the TD making the decision.
Yeah, I mean, Sam has a point, right? It's not up to the TD alone to decide these anyways.
No.
Should be
The
up
jury
to,
no
you
longer
should have
exists.
convened the jury, but the jury doesn't exist any longer, right? So
There's
that,
nothing
Yeah,
to
that's right.
convene.
That's the best answer right there.
So the TD in that case, Phyllis, worked without the jury present, which means he was technically breaking the rule as I'd see that one.
Mhm.
And he never had a jury that he could have convened to make it
60144.
legit.
Yeah, well, you know, the jury was still in situ. You know, they just weren't part of their tenure was over, right? The people that were the jury were still there, but yeah, that one stuck with me.
It's a great one.
Anyways, that's my little chestnut for you guys today.
That's good.
Good one.
I told the TD to tell him to, you know, confess to his priest or whatever, and thank God that he got a freebie. But
Yeah, in this scenario, I mean, yeah, it's approaching the team captains meeting, so that was sort of got to my question: is have the results been finalized and signed off on, and you know, is the race sort of completely over? If you're just getting ready for a meeting, but the results for the current day aren't done, then you probably have some ability to look at things, but I don't know if you
Why-
really want
I
to.
mean, but I mean, your biggest problem is the tenure of the jury has ended.
Yeah.
Because it's not the tenure of the jury does not end when the results get published. It ends way before that.
And it ends after the
Right?
protest period. 601.
Yeah.
442.
Does the TD appeal his own results under 647.1.1 against official results? This appeal has to be directed exclusively against obvious and proved calculations.
Can you protest at this point? I don't think there's a protest window open anymore.
What
Which rule is that?
You can 647.1.1.
647.
You can appeal. You can
It's
appeal
an
results
appeal.
if they're calculated wrong.
But where
This
does
isn't a
where does the
Right.
appeal go
that-
to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Best,
You
that's
can
the
appeal
best.
the results to FIS.
Yep.
And that's you know, or EC or whatever. You can appeal the results to the governing body.
Against an official result.
That's the appeal process, but not to the jury.
No.
For the jury, it's only a protest to deal with, right?
Correct.
Aaron brought forward the question about 644.6 protest not submitted on time in the correct manner or submitted without protest fee will not be considered. And that's the question here: is the only way that this racer to be able to get themselves disqualified, would they have had to file an actual protest? Or can you, as a racer, disqualify yourself without going through that process? Can you request your own disqualification?
Without having
Or do you have to pay
without paying $100.
What one part of your thing is, can a racer protest?
Technically, no.
No.
The coach would have to.
Yeah.
Coach.
So the racer never had the opportunity technically to protest their own thing. They'd have to have got their team captain or NSO rep to be able to do that for them. Or trainer was the third one.
Correct.
Yeah,
Which is basic coach.
Yeah.
That's a
yeah. It's,
Team captain, trainer, or NSO rep in order to be able to get that protest started. But it also has to be within the protest period.
yeah.
Correct.
So under all the rules of the event, this was technically, you got away with it. There's nothing we could do.
Right. 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 And I've had athletes self-disqualified during the race or during the protest period, but yeah, I've always confirmed it with the coach just to, just to make sure it's done the right way. Right. And also talk to the coach and just say, that's really good for the athlete to do that, type thing. But back to the TD doing it outside after the race, if he's filed the results already and all that stuff and he tries to get the RA to resubmit, I think he's going to be in bigger trouble with this to do that. That's my thought.
Wouldn't it be the most logical outcome of this to present the case to the upcoming TC meeting and say what happened and make a conscious break for rules? Say this is just not right. The whole purpose of this event is to be fair, to provide a fair race, and in the aftermath we figured out it wasn't fair, and let's break the rule and do it. Like community agrees with that. I know it's breaking the rules, but you're making the race fair.
I can buy that. That's at least a good methodology for the decision there. Just
A lot less likely to protest, because they protest the other way too, right?
Yes. Yeah. That's the whole point. If the community does not agree, if they say we have to stick to the rules, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, it comes down to communication and transparency of the whole process. And the way Phyllis describes it, it was like there was no transparency. It seems to be a really odd one, Kevin.
we have a Carmen with a hand up. You can jump in there, Carmen.
Hi there. I just wanted to insert myself. So everybody has very valid points, and I think 5 minutes, 10 minutes before the team captains meeting, this becomes a moral issue and not a race issue. It's pretty clear in the ICR that the tenure of the jury ends at the end of the protest period. If the athlete knew they disqualified 5 minutes before the team captains meeting, they obviously knew when they straddled or did whatever, or certainly in that 15-minute time period. So this happens every year, all the time. We talk about it, and there's nothing that can be done. And Phyllis, like, I commend you. Like, what do you do? Like, it's not right. And the rules are the rules, and we have to follow them. I don't know. It's a moral issue before the team captains meeting and not really a race issue, I think.
Maybe
Opinion.
FIS needs to make a rule about it.
But the rule is there. The tenure of the jury ends at the end of the protest period. So there's
I'm
nothing
talking about
we
a
can
rule
do.
about self-disqualification, maybe.
Maybe that's a good idea.
Like that would circumvent the jury decision.
I think the only argument you can make is that racer should have looked at the disqualification things within the time frame, but that's kind of a weird thing to negatively impact the athlete for not going and looking at DSQs within the timeline.
I mean,
she's likely busy with other things like
Well,
negative self-talk.
Finding
Well,
my
we're
back.
all busy with other things, but you don't come to the just before the team captains meeting with a bombshell.
Yeah.
If you're an athlete who thought that you disqualified, you probably aren't even bothering to look at the results because you're DSQ'd.
Yeah.
Right? It's gonna go off and sulk in the corner. And someone comes and tells you, hey, you came eighth.
Negative self-talk thing, exactly. Tupper's got his hand up still.
Yeah, these self-report ones are really head scratchers. They come up, usually once per update, and there's just no clear path on how to proceed. But in this one, I'm thinking that maybe an impaired start position for the athlete for the next race would be suitable, just under sanctions, it's unsportsmanlike behavior. I mean, they're doing something, they're trying to be sportsmanlike, but say, okay, you didn't come forward soon enough to actually take yourself out of the results. So we'll give you 20 spots.
Rob, is there a
Rob, be
rule
careful on
that
that one.
Yeah, weird.
We're punishing
rule
her for
that's-
doing the right thing.
Yeah. Don't
Rob,
go
is
there,
there
Rob.
a rule that says that
Weird.
you can carry a result or an issue from one. I don't think there's a rule that says you can go from one race to the other,
You can.
like sanction yourself. I don't know.
Well,
Is there?
Yeah, we sanctions, yeah, can be carried forward, Carmen.
yeah, that's where I was going with this. Like
Within
that's
the
within a
same
series because
series.
it says you can
Within the same
um,
series.
What
yeah,
rule?
you can. I'm just looking. it up
22311.
What?
22311 is what Falco's coming up with.
Yeah, but it has to be in the same
22332
series. No.
Sorry, say
allows
that
for an
again.
impairment of the starting position.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do that for a self-declaration,
No, no.
even if it's
Yeah,
late.
it's a bad example.
It's a strange incentive, exactly. You're making a negative incentive for a positive action.
Right.
Even if it's well done.
Yeah, but yeah, so bad example. It's just the point was these self-reports, there's no clear path.
No, yeah, you're right. It could
And,
be
and,
done
so I was speaking
before
to the
the
point
team
where,
captains.
if they knew they DQ'd, they probably knew, at the time they were crossing the finish line.
Right.
So bringing it up later, you've now created an issue that, you're trying to address. Sure, positive intentions, but doing it so late, and looking at ramifications, it looks like a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
That was the point. Yeah. Not to,
Okay.
punish someone for an otherwise positive action. Cause I agree the intent might have been positive, but the
That's
way
just
it
a
played out.
discussion. That's just a discussion to have with them. Just say, hey, great to do it. Maybe should have done it sooner.
Yeah.
Just keep your head, keep your head in the game type thing. And, it's just, but yeah, the sanction, I just don't see that,
You turn that around into a learning moment. That person maybe felt
Yeah,
bad.
exactly. But you
had a
don't
hard time
sanction.
deciding what to do. Thank them.
You're talking about sanction
Next time,
again.
bring it forward.
You're talking about sanction again, but don't you have the same problem that the jury tenure is over? So there's no jury to sanction the racer.
Correct.
Correct.
Like I said, thank you.
Thank you for being honest.
Yeah, go get some waffles.
Yeah.
All right.
Here's how you could have done it.
Yeah, I mean, it's always these ones are always bad. It's like, when something comes up later that evening, if it's a DSQ or non-DSQ, it's never good, and they're always hard to deal with.
Just one last thing on this. I remember Johnny Crichton several years ago brought up a scenario at a high level race, NORAM level race, where an athlete self-reported a DSQ to take themselves either out of the penalty or out of the NORAM points. And the implication was that it was going to benefit a teammate.
Yeah.
So there was an intent. And I don't remember the specifics, but I do remember the scenario being brought up that it was like, oh, okay, there's an intent here. There's no evidence. The racer crossed the finish line. He was in the results. He says, oh no, I DSQ'd. It's like, well, based on what? And anyways, I don't want to go into that, but it was just, these scenarios get really weird.
Interesting. Yeah, and now on the norms, it would be a monetary fine as well.
And I think that's a good point. I think that's where that monetary fine sort of came up, is that there's actually now a penalty for sort of, not
stopping
for not stopping when you did. Yeah. Anyway, good discussion.
In this case, it did look like she was trying to stop. She ended up crashing into the finish line.
Yeah.
So I mean, the athlete, I still think in this circumstance, there's no fault in regards to what we saw from her actions, and the fact that she never even caught it seems to have not been.
No, I mean, you'd probably be incredulous that the finish ref didn't know what you did.
Yeah.
You
Well,
wouldn't
I also
even
think I crashed. I
Yeah,
mean,
you wouldn't even think to ask. You
Yeah.
wouldn't even think to ask.
It's astounding. So there's also a case 7 on that one, because this was 6A and 6B, wasn't it?
Oh, it's 7. Yeah. I forgot. I thought we went through this. Yeah, there's 7.
No, we spent a lot of time on 6B.
Yeah.
Starting game.
Looking forward to seeing how exciting 7 is now.
7 is not that exciting.
I'm not sure.
Third angle to this crash.
No. So in the first run of a slalom, the start referee reported DSQ because of an improper start. The racer was described as putting one leg in front of the start gate without actually opening the gate. This gave the racer a slightly more advanced body position. Apart from this, the racer followed the normal start procedure.
Apart from this?
Yeah.
That's a pretty big apart from this.
The referee posted the DSQ. The racer and coach protest is saying that the start gate was not set correctly because it allowed one leg to go through without opening the gate.
I don't know.
What can the jury do?
I don't know that there is such a thing as a start gate that you couldn't sneak a leg through without setting it off, because it's got to hit about 30 degrees before it opens.
Yeah.
Well, no, but even if they are set to the right amount, you could still sneak one leg up there if you put your ankle around it, because you got to hit about 30 degrees before it opens the gate. So if you moved your leg up and you put your ankle through at that point, just enough to sneak it through and around that gate, technically anybody could do that.
It's not bad.
It's not going to speed you up,
No.
but it is improper start procedure. So like, how is the starter and the start rep not going, yo, your leg, what are you thinking?
They're not paying attention. How's that gonna give you an advantage?
Yeah, that's,
They're all kind of cockeyed in there.
huh.
What's that? What's the rule?
I find it weird that this gave the racer a slightly more advanced, not advantaged body position. Okay, so advanced.
Yeah.
But you, how often,
That would be true.
you gotta be in a weird angle to do that. And that's gonna really hinder your ability to get out of that gate quickly, because as the gate's opening, it's now doing the can opener, as you call it in hockey, with your legs.
Just the only racer that it happened to? Did it happen to all the other racers? Is it the start round?
Doesn't say anything on this question, yeah.
It's just a whole lot of questions.
I love the apart from this, the racer falls to normal start procedure. Apart from the obvious, putting your leg in front.
Say you can't do this.
Yeah, I'm looking
How are
for,
you really gonna disqualify him?
yeah, where's the rule on this? I mean, the start section doesn't have anything.
Vanessa Long chimes in saying there's nothing in the ICR about having your leg in front of the start wand.
No.
No.
Did it say anything there? Yeah.
No, you didn't touch him, didn't push off the start posts.
How is that possible to get your leg in front of the start wand? That's impossible.
You've got to have a really not sharp start to be able to, well, again, I
Really skinny legs.
I still think you get.
No,
the
it's
ankle under there to
impossible.
try.
Come
I
on,
don't-
not skinny legs.
How can the officials not see the opening? If you're clicking, then the sensor only at the 30-degree angle.
If you're under the 30-degree angle, it'll fold itself back closed again.
Yeah.
I think anybody could do it if they really tried, but if it's a good start that's on a steep angle, I just don't know how you're holding your leg there on one leg leaning backwards. That just seems really.
613.3 is moved.
No, yeah, it's just 6:13.
Yeah, I mean, the start procedure is in 613.3, right? That's
Yeah.
where the start procedure comes in.
It only talks about your poles.
It doesn't say anything about it doesn't say anything about where your feet need to be.
Huh.
That's probably the point of this.
Maybe the wand was shorter.
No, the point of this is to have the start gate properly.
Is the start gate a gate?
No.
No.
Because if the start gate's a gate, then you have to pass through with both your feet.
Well, then it would.
Well, you do that anyways. It doesn't matter. I can put my good one leg through the proper passage of the gate before I do the
But
other
you
leg.
haven't started your run. It's not physically possible to do that for the other next gate. because
Yeah,
you
but
go
if
down the
it's
course.
a gate, then your ski tips are always in front of the gate, and you never started
That's true.
properly.
Okay,
So
Yeah, you never, yeah.
I agree.
100% of people be wrong.
100% wrong. Good.
so
No, that one definitely ends that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to
I
find
was
an
supposed-
argument for us.
I was supposed to present this in Spokane, but I was sick and I couldn't do it. But yeah, you guys, in the end, it's all about the inspection, making sure it's set up right.
yeah, that you can't do it. That basically the wand is covering the whole space, and that you don't slip out. That's the point of this. But regarding the start procedure, and I've seen it. I can't remember. I think it was not last season. I think the season before, maybe. Anyways, there was an Austrian skier, it was World Cup, and there's nothing in the rules that say you must have a complete stop before you start. It only talks about having your poles planted in front of the wand.
Oh,
And that guy never stopped. I mean, you could see him. You could see the 10 seconds were called, and he was still way back in the tent. And then you hear the countdown going. You hear the clock going 5, 4, and all of a sudden you see him sliding, putting his poles in front and pushing out. And he's never. He was. It was one fluid movement. And there's nothing. I thought, oh, he's going to get disqualified. No, he was
As long as he got the poles down.
Matthew Sear says there was one in Lake Louise in January last year. Did the same
Yeah.
roll through.
Yeah.
Start.
I thought there was in the rules about the
The
start.
end result was a sanction, says Matthew.
You have to you come to a complete stop before.
No, it's not in the rules.
Find the rule.
I thought it was. Okay, I don't know. Yeah.
No, it just says by order of the starter, competitor must plant their pole in front of the start line or where indicated. The starter must not touch the competitor at the start. Pushing off from the start post or other aids is forbidden, and competitor must start only with the help of their ski poles.
Or that maybe you could argue that
So
you're starting with the help of momentum rather than just your ski poles.
Yeah. But I noticed it on the World Cup, and there was nothing. There was no fallout on it, and I was all surprised actually. Anyway.
Okay.
Happen a lot. You'd find the rules change.
Of the TD report somewhere, it was not a disqualification, but it was a sanction.
It was a sanction.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that's right.
It is
I remember this is something. I remember hearing about this. Yeah, because it's not fair, but there's no rule, so they sanctioned him. I think that's what it was.
Sanction for unsporting then.
Yeah, I think that's sportsman. Yeah.
Behavior.
Yeah. I think that's what it was.
That's what you can. That's probably the only thing you can do.
Yeah.
So that was the last practical case 7. So we will catch up. Alpine Canada's official working group. So I don't know who we had a national officials committee that basically was on paper. We had a chairman and then representation from the bigger provinces, and then the smaller provinces were basically had one representation, like the Atlantic had one, and then Saskatchewan and Manitoba have one. So that is kind of not existing any longer. So ACA came out with this new ACA officials working group. We had an online meeting on Wednesday, about an hour. Was supposed to be half an hour, went over an hour, and I feel there was absolutely zero accomplished. I've had chat with Sue Schwartz, who's on that committee. So the committee is made out of ACA representative, which is Nathalie Hager, who's hired by ACA to look after the officials and also the entries, right?
Race entries, yeah.
Race entries. So and then it's the zone. It's the provincial officials chairs. Then there's a fifth representative, which is Sue Schwartz. There's a ski cross representative which is Jim Hamlin, who is the commissioner for freestyle in Canada, and Doug Campbell is on as the Alpine FIS commissioner on that working group as well. Now and this is where it gets to me, where it gets scary. And after I talked to Sue, she thinks it's a done deal anyways, but we should try to get as much input as we can. Basically, this is now a working group which advises Alpine Canada on officials development and education and data. And so we're gone from basically making the rules to just advising about the rules, and Alpine Canada will take over this whole officials program. That's my feeling, that's total end game. And I'm very concerned that it might go in the same direction as the coaching is going. Where Alpine Canada has taken the whole thing over. So we had the meeting. I mean, if you guys know John Lambert, he talks a lot, but there's not that much information at the end of the day. And so that's we went into this meeting not having, like, it was not well prepared, in my opinion, as well. There was no agenda. I didn't really know what we would be talking about. When we got into the online meeting, there was that basically the talk would be about structure, education, and data. So that's what we found out just right at the meeting. So it's like, without circulating any kind of previous information, it's like, to me, it's always harder to get into these. So at the end, I was fairly disappointed. So as education goes, I have put my arm up. I want to that. So the idea now, it's like I mean, we're going government style. So we're gonna have subcommittees, right? So so we're supposed to meet in about 2 weeks on the education front, and I want to be involved in that as well, because I'm afraid of where this is going. Pierre from Alpine Canada has some ideas of officials education. So I don't know. He had talks with Nathalie, but not with any that we just found out during the meeting. He thinks that level 1, level 2 can be just online courses. So, and that ACA wants to develop that with some input from us. I don't know how much input there will be. Basically, what kind of the consensus was within the group was that we might be able to shift the level 1 onto like an online self-regulated forum if we want to, but that there's a definite no about the level 2 and the level 3, that this should be there's way more involved, but those levels could include some online modules that you do kind of prior to it, and with that kind of bring down the time that you spend in class. And I think that's not a bad approach. There's certainly some stuff that can be reviewed prior, and you can just bring it up quickly at the beginning of your course and then go into much more details. But as I said, it's all really open. There's nothing concrete yet. So I don't know when this education group will meet. If it is within the next 2 weeks, I might get somebody like you, Bob, to just sub in for me, because I'm in Europe and for until December 8th, and with the time change, that will be in the middle of the night, that meeting. So that's and then the third part, the data thing, like I want to go to the courses as well. I've talked to Sue about the next day about that as well. My fear is that this will be another money generator for Alpine Canada.
I was gonna ask what problem it's solving. Yeah.
And that's where, that's one thing that we really, if there has been talks with Pierre, is like, how much is that gonna cost us? And Alberta doesn't charge anything for courses. We charge $15 for the level 1, $30 for the level 3, 45 for the level 4. That money just goes straight into the officials program. We don't pay our facilitators. We have not changed this fee since I've got involved with the since I did my level 1. So you're getting huge value now if you take the inflation rate over the last 25 years into account into that. So I'm just worried that it might cost us more, which is to me counterproductive to the volunteerism of the officials that we have. I don't see that we can get better officials. I think we push more people out and make the sport overall more expensive.
We've had 3 people in chat and agreeing that their clubs use the level 1s as recruitment activity events.
Yep.
And this is a good way of getting people in person together and getting them to meet each other and getting to work with each other the first time, mainly new parents in the programs. So bringing them into a physical environment and keeping them in there is a huge benefit to the recruitment and for the volunteerism within the club. So moving it so it's mandatorily online only, I think would be detrimental to the development of our clubs and our ability to keep the culture of officiating as well as volunteerism.
Build the grassroots.
It'll destroy the grassroots potentially of officiating if we move it to an online only. So I'm thinking that there's a lot of potential here, and I wanted to make sure I say that only, that what I think would be a good advocacy for our officials committee in these meetings is to make sure that there still is the option of doing these in-person ones, that it doesn't end up becoming something where one must do an online course in order to be certified, that we should be still allowing for. And I don't know why they would ever remove that option. So I'm hoping this is moot anyway, but making sure that they don't make it so it must be done through some online learning platform, which just becomes one of those things like so many of these courses that we now have to do at certain levels, where every couple of years you just sit there and go click, 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 I'm done.
You're done.
The third time I had to do one of those courses, I don't even know if I listened to it. I think I had it on mute. So I've listened to this twice before, and now I have to listen to it again. I know what the answers are already.
Some of these courses that we have to do to keep up our points in order to be a coach, like Safe Sports.
Yeah, well, exactly the thing.
You
And these are the ones that they haven't changed them in so many years, but every couple of years you have to do the exact same course.
Yeah.
So if you remember it, you can just kind of put it on mute while you're doing something else on the computer.
Done,
And I don't want officiating to go that way. because we do have changes. It's important, I think, that people meet. And that's the reason we've been advocating to try to keep them in person.
Yeah, maintain the culture, face-to-face interaction is so important.
To build culture.
Yeah.
Can I just jump here? I just wanted to say, like at Red Mountain, our in-person level 1 courses, and we've done something where we've tried to make them really a lot of fun and really engaging. We set up courses with solo cups. We have people, run through the course so they can actually see what it is to, not to go through a hairpin either way. We get the watches, we get them hand timing each other, and it's really hands-on. And we just found that it makes people way less intimidated when they get out onto the race course and they have fun doing the course. And I think the enthusiasm level has just gone way up with running the courses that way. And I just think that we need to have these things in person.
And I love some of the comments like Kim's on here saying it diminishes the fear of new parents or people who have not had a racing background when they do this in person. They actually learn what their kids are doing when they're in ski training, like learning what a hairpin is. They have the opportunity to ask questions and get an introduction into the racing programs. And yeah, that's about where I think we're at with that.
How many times?
All great comments, all great comments.
We've taken parents on a race course, they've never been through a course before.
Yeah.
Where you get stand, this is the safe spot, you got to watch, and they have no idea, and they really appreciate that. So that's building the culture.
Diana does bring up that some of the training materials for level 1 would be great to be updated because they haven't been for many years. But
No,
again, that doesn't mean that it has.
Well, the material for the level 1 is from 2020.
And I think
but they want to review if that's part of the education part as well.
Reviewing what the material is different than how it's delivered, though.
Well, yeah, this is
had on the ACA until 3 months ago was from 2010 or before, but they don't have anything on ACA right now if you go there.
Well, there was a long period where when I first started with BC Alpine, we had Sandy Hales.
Yeah.
And I used to sit there and her and I would spend a week together revising all the officials' documents because it was only provincially managed.
Yeah.
And her and I would sit at a computer together for a full week and produce the updates to the level 1, 2, and 3 materials. And then Alpine Canada adopted those level 1, 2, and 3s from Sandy and myself to become the national ones. Yeah. And I do believe there was a long period of time where it was just non-modified versions of what Sandy Hales and I had worked on before. But again, there's great opportunity to have those updated, but I don't think that should impact the delivery options for the clubs to still make that a part of the club program.
I mean, if you know me, I've been a very strong advocate for classroom teaching of officials courses. I've been very opposed to these online deliveries, and I really. What I want to see is the autonomy of the PSOs to decide how they want to deliver courses, and I think that's going to be one of the big parts as well. Even if ACA is taking that over, that the delivery should be up to how we deliver that, and how we develop the course facilitators as well. Should be hopefully up to the provincials, but that's again it's again another one that I have multiple question signs about it. Go ahead.
We have Gordon Reese with a hand up.
Yeah, it's all great comments, from Vanessa and Mark. You're right. I fully agree. Having in-person meetings like this where you go over and do case studies, it builds teamwork and understanding of how races are done, and especially as you get higher level of how we make decisions on when there's problems on the course and stuff like that. So it just gets your officials more trained by having that in-person contact. I don't think with online, you just lose that touch. And towards that, I think BC has been so well organized on their officials training. And, it just promotes the officials here in BC are awesome, and I think that's the way we approach it here by working together is bar none, the best, I think. So I think you're on the right track.
Yeah, I totally agree, Gord, with that. I don't see why we need to fix something that is actually in my opinion is working actually. You know,
Working really well. And
So-
and it works well with the race community, the coaches, the racers. It's just so well organized in this province versus some of the other provinces. And Rob, myself, and a few others, we've been around quite a few places and we see it. And coming back to BC and working with BC clubs is a treat.
So this is why I think it's important for us to make sure we get our input in and hopefully can steer that into a certain direction. But so so that's the education part, and then the third part was the data thing, and it looks like Nathalie was telling me that Kevin told her that the Alpine points system was only a temporary and was never meant to. That's what I thought. So I see some head shaking here, but that's what she said in the meeting that the system that we have right now for tracking officials was basically just never meant to be lasting very long. So
The discussions I've had in regards to this one, the insight on mine is for the online database side is my understanding is ACA is working on trying to integrate the officials certification and training into the same situation that they have with the coaches online training and certification modules. So at which point everything would be migrated into, so all of our profiles would be migrated directly into SnowReg and away from the Alpine point system. But ACA is already doing that with all membership as well. So even though we're not using the SnowReg internally in BC, Alberta, and a few of the other provinces, Alpine Canada is taking all the data that we are giving them and feeding it into the SnowReg system in anticipation of all of us moving there at some point in the future. So all of our data is being duplicated and put into that system as a storage mechanism for when we make that move. I don't know when that's going to be. At current point, we haven't had the discussion in BC as to if and when that's going to be something we will move to for our entire membership in the future. My viewpoint on it is at current point, at least when I've looked at it, it isn't as capable as to what we have been doing. It doesn't give the clubs the ability to manage their own membership in the same way. I want to make sure that our clubs always have the ability to state us who their members are, not Alpine Canada tell the clubs who their members are, which again, I think is just kind of the wrong approach. But again, things are evolving. There's been a major partnership change with the software they're using. They've brought another company in, which is funny enough, the same one my wife uses for gymnastics that they are now moving away from. So it's always funny how these companies are integrated, but we don't know where that's going to be going in the future. I have been told by Nathalie that regardless, the Alpine points system will be staying in place because of the integration with officials tracking and certification within results. Because any system they build within SnowReg, at least under on all their current discussions, will not include results and ranking tracking for the racers, and neither will it for officials. One of the biggest pushes that we had in the last 5 or 6 years was the integration of the officials tracking within races, so that officials can look back on their profiles and see what positions they've worked. We'll see how active the officials are. We had a major update to the software this year, which happened over the summer. So all the race administrators on this call, be aware that the new version of Split Second that got launched, I think it was in early June, now has the ability to add infinite number of official certifications into the officials page, whereas before it was limited to like 12 or 13 key roles. We now have the ability to just keep on perpetually adding as many officials as you want in there. Therefore, you can track everybody. Historically, we've only been able to do that by exporting the results and then putting them into the page on Alpine Points. Before you upload the results, there's a second page saying add more officials to the results, where it was injecting it post fact. Now you can do it beforehand, making it easier for the race administrators to give all the officials that officials credit, because we've recognized officials like getting credit for the work and the volunteerism that you're doing. It's, the amount of feedback I got when we implemented that one is way above what I expected. I expected a few people to be, oh, that's cool. Whereas instead it was like people going, I need to have those days tracked. I need it now. And it's like, it's surprised me how vociferous some people have gotten about wanting that recognition. And that's awesome because it shows how much desire there is within the officials crew to be recognized. And I'm happy that we're able to do that for you guys.
And that recognition will retain the volunteers.
My understanding from the discussions I've had with the athletes so far is they've decided to, at least at current point, maintain the integration with Alpine points for the volunteer recognition portion of things, but that would no longer be used for tracking certification or registration. Once that goes into snow reg, it'll likely end up being that officials have to register direct instead of through their clubs, I think. But I'm not exactly sure how that's going to integrate yet because I only know the little bit that I've been told. Mark likely has more information about that than I do, and it sounds like you don't have much.
No, we talked about, we maybe talked about 10 minutes and about data entry and the potential that this will be moving over. But basically what Nathalie told us on Wednesday was that the Alpine points is on its way out.
For officials.
Yeah.
Whereas she told me in the last week that it'll be there only for tracking.
Yeah, I don't know. And then, you know, Quebec has its own system as well.
Oh, yes.
So
Everything internally in Quebec is separate.
so and they need to maintain their own system to get funding. That's what came from Quebec. So I don't know how this data thing will come out. But as a I'm just trying. What I find is there's a lot of stuff happening without any transparency. You know, we've talked about communication and transparency, and there seemed to be a lot of talk within ACA going on that nobody else gets informed about. And then it's just been brought out at these meetings. You know, I mean, you know, talk to Sue as we didn't know that Nathalie and Pierre already talked and what was that Pierre had actually recommendation on how to revamp these officials courses. So that was, you know, it's just there's a transparency issue. There's some stuff missing. It's just so I will keep working on this, and you know, I from what we had this discussion here.
Dave, nice one. Are you still on the caller?
Things were down there, Carson, and nobody could hear anything you were saying and sounds like the link, but looks like you're back up, so.
Yeah, I just saw that Dave Niswander popped up there. I was just wondering if he was still on the call. I was gonna ask him about your cross course.
Hey, everybody, we're just jumping back in here. We're going to be 2 seconds. I don't know how the timing on that worked out, but the Wi-Fi router, the Wi-Fi router at BC Alpine just turned off. Stopped working.
But if you want to call,
We believe.
A not so subtle hint, Kevin.
It was Mark that was
back
talking.
One day.
So yeah, so we're back here. I just want to bring up one point that I forgot earlier, was that everybody needs to be registered with the club. For anybody who's a level 3 or level 4 officials, there is no cost to the club that you register with. The cost to register you with Alpine Canada is covered by BC Alpine. So it comes at no, if you're level 3 or 4, it comes at no cost to the club that you register with.
If I remember properly, it was an initiative that Hugh helped
Yeah,
with.
Hugh was the one who initiated that. Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're sharing your screen. I'm not seeing your screen being shared right now. I'm seeing a
I
blank
just
screen.
did. So it says me just said here stop sharing. Look at this. You're sharing your screen.
Yeah, we can see your calendar, Mark.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just me that's not seeing it. Perfectly fine then. I don't mind.
Okay, let's do you can't bring up the poll now, right? Your screen is not, so where are my polls again?
I should be able to bring up the poll.
Yeah, because we have the last one
We
there.
have the last one. We're doing
Yeah,
that?
no,
Okay, give me a moment.
we're doing the last one here.
I'll start that up.
Fun.
Launching it. I got the chat. I just can't see your screen share. So
Okay. So we're just gonna
we got bib 5, bib 8, bib 35.
that's correct. It's basically it's basically rerun yes or no. That's the poll question. So we got here bib 1. I believe. Let's take this off.
Isn't there a new rule about this?
Yeah, so it's got, what's that rule number?
Is this the reason there's a new rule?
Well, we've been talking about these cases a lot of times, and it seemed to be different juries made different decisions on that, and now there's a rule on it. So
That one, yeah.
I think it's pretty clear. So that was bib
Question on
5.
that one, is there going to be a rerun allowed for bib 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the question is rerun yes or no. That's That's the pole. And then, so next case is 8.
It's tough.
That's travel. Yeah. Well, sure. Yeah.
Again?
Here in July. Talk.
That's I think the ball. This is exactly the scenario I got.
Oh, he wasn't able to push the pole with his hand because it wasn't tall enough.
Yeah. Yeah, or just
So
that
again,
rule off somehow.
rerun yes or no.
Yes.
And then last one.
Well,
Yeah,
hey, nice one.
Like the arms.
Say Bert to Ferk.
Good jump though.
Yeah, I know. It's good reflexes.
If he landed in it, it would be even better.
Then he became an eagle.
All right.
All right, so the poll's up in the chat. People should be able to click on that when it works for you and be able to answer it. Responses are coming in. Number 2 is contentious. Number 1 so far is 100% yes. Number 2 is 5343 or 5743, and number 3 is 100% yes. Yeah, not trying to influence, but now
I know what you're saying, but I can't find the rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rule's pretty clear on those two, but what's the rule in the middle one?
It's the rule about the height of the pole.
623.
You don't need to.
It's not blocking them.
No, that's the problem, because blocking is,
It's not blocking, it's flashing.
is it?
Not safe, there's.
So they say, it will not.
Yeah, you stop.
So where's the, which rule is that
It
one?
wasn't safe. It's almost like it's stopping.
It stops, yeah, but
All right, let's go bib 5. So I believe the slow-mo, I think it's pretty.
That one's pretty good.
I think there's one more.
That one.
A piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have, how do you try to cut that one? He was.
I mean,
going-
that pole in the racing line came to a stop. Nobody contesting this one?
Nobody's contesting this one. What confuses me the most about bib number 8, our second one, is currently it's 50% said yes, 50% said no, but there's 9 responses. So I think we need to figure out how someone hacked the system on this. And is it the same person that killed our route? Huh. Give you a start rep.
Didn't straddle the gates because he made a mistake. It's just, I don't want to go around the gate.
601 for the open side.
The fact that pole was short, it's real long.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and I.
Lang throws him out about that once he straddled it.
But he stopped, he clearly.
He clearly stopped as soon as he saw.
Yes, before the turn.
Maybe he's determining it's not safe. There's the other half in front of him.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's no piece of pole there. I mean, you can see that. The race line is clear.
Race line's unimpeded. And he straddled this gate.
Yeah, but he clearly abandoned that turn.
What an absence of a gate.
There's a half an absence of the gate.
Stretching here.
No.
Yeah.
Same as the half boat that's missing. It's all tied together.
Would you call this something like a technical malfunction or equipment failure?
I guess. Incident beyond the will and control of the competitor.
Does that not happen
No.
to everybody?
601.4.7.
Yeah, I think you're right. So 1.4.7.
I mean, it's the question comes in is does he straddle because the gate is broken? Yes or no? Because that's I think one of the things that you have to clarify there. Because if to me it's like it's like why he's like he's made but he like look where he initiated the turn.
Yeah.
Like his turn initiative, it doesn't matter what size of pole there is, would straddle anything.
Yeah, but if you argue that he looked down at the pole and that's why he straddled, and that's sort of my coach. I thought my coaching is.
Now he's thinking about half the pole.
He's looking at half of it. What the hell is going on here?
It's not a fair racing environment because you got something that's broken there. Yeah.
It's not safe either.
Not safe.
Michael Dingle jumps in with, might he be in the process of abandoning? I'm assuming he's talking the same thing
Yeah.
as he's coming towards that one, and thus the reason he straddled.
Like, what the hell? And it's throwing him off.
Because I mean, you can in this picture you can clearly see that his initiation of that turn is completely off.
Yeah.
Like look where
It looks like he's gonna miss it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because problem started a couple of turns before that.
And I think that's why it's not such a clear cut there, right?
In my experiences, this can be extremely dangerous. And I've preferred for racers to abandon this turning around this gate or going wide.
He's already looking a couple gates ahead, and that gate might look to him from the top as being a tall gate, but as he gets closer, it's like, oh,
Shouldn't he then be initiating that turn even further if he thinks that's a tall gate? The fact that he's initiating the turn too early and coming towards the inside already, if that was a taller gate, he should have been initiating further away. He was looking at the top of that gate wrong.
Yeah, you have to be there. Yeah.
We're making assumptions as to what's in the guy's mind.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Can you go once more? My impression was that he abandoned the run before he got into the script.
No, he abandoned the run after. I mean, he definitely.
Still turning. Now he abandons.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
He abandoned the run after he straddled the gate.
Then, as the gate was broken, it's a great excuse.
Yeah. On a jury meeting, I would argue for him.
I'd argue for him too.
Yeah.
But I agree, and looking at it hindsight, looks like it's more probable than not.
Most of these things are not clear cut.
I mean, the last one, that was pretty.
Last one, 100%.
There was, yeah. I mean, there's no slow mo even for this one because this is already a slow mo.
It's athletic.
All right, good. The last one I have, and then I just gonna do that. I just want to, where do I have it now? I thought I had this. Right here. So there was ACA put this up in 2021, I believe, and it calls about, and this is again, it calls about how we basically become facilitators to teach officials courses, and this thing is basically completely coming out of the coaches side, and it talks about these different steps of basically being a learning facilitator the same way as the coaches pass is, and I've never agreed with this because I think it will just add cost and time to our whole officials program. Okay, so this was, and with the new working group, I don't know where this comes in, because then this is another big thing that just I've seen that as a memorandum of understanding and ignored it, and I had in I believe in 2023. Yeah. I came up with this, and this is basically where I've been asked several times for people if they can teach a level 1, level 2, level 3, and I'm always pushing the level 2, level 3. I'm always pushing back on, you're gonna need a mentor, and I really wanna stick with this, because I'm just afraid of if we don't stick with this policy for now, we might regret it down the road. I think it's been working out fairly well. I know that some of the people who want to teach these courses have a lot of experience and are probably really good at teaching them as well. But I want to stick to the rules that we have made up. I've always said this can be a fluid thing as well, if you want to mend anything or whatever. But this is it's just a very simple way of, this is how you become a officials facilitator, and these are the requirements, and this is how we run this. And that's so I just want to tell you, when people approach me and I tell you, you need to do this and this is why. That it's not just me, there's a reason behind it, and I really want to follow that. And that's just what I want to bring up at the end. So 501, anything else anybody wants to bring up?
Floor is open. If anybody would like to open their microphone and speak, feel free.
All right, then I thank you very much, all of you, for your time. And yeah, I wish you all a great season, and I hope this wasn't too boring for you. I think we had some good discussion, and it's always good to get everybody together and get thinking about the upcoming season, and yeah, have fun being out there and have fun at races. Thank you very much.
Lots of thumbs up. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well done.
Thanks, Mark.
Oh, you're
Thanks,
welcome.
Kevin.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Guess I can stop the recording.
Well, let me know, I can, whatever.
Yeah, that's
Just, leave them up
what
here.
I was
Get everything
thinking,
cleaned up
that I
next week.
can
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
It just kills it if it goes to.
Yeah, for the